Here in the absence of their new head coach, Kurt McDonald. The former Reading Royals head coach is still with the Pittsburgh Penguins training camp. Zane Wisdom ran into a man at center. Mason Primo wants to drop the gloves, and he will with number 45, Matt Corsia. Corsia deals on Primo. Primo comes back underneath and then over the top. Primo has the reach advantage. He's 6'6". Corsia led wheeling in penalty minutes last year. They're kind of tangled, but Primo getting that right loose. Corsia gets his right glove off finally. And now Corsia trying to deal a right straight on. Their helmets are still on. Mason Primo came back at him. Matthew Corsia, I don't think, is connecting directly. And now a little closer and
by number 11, Miura, who takes a big collision right along the wall. Kids like that is DJ King, and now we got a fight right along the wall. As Miura didn't like that hit, I beg your pardon, it's going to be number 14, Hayne. And now some punches being thrown. That's going to be Colin Felix with a couple of haymakers to the back of the head of Hayne. And Felix getting the better of that exchange gets this raucous crowd even more fired up. Corner up to the point, a shot from distance as Russo was falling down. There's a scrum in front of him. Russo from his stomach able to hold on to the puck that was rolling in. Now we got the gloves dropped and we got a fight behind the goal. Marcel taking a couple of punches from Merrick, and now Marcel gets a right-hander in. Couple of to the back of the head of Merrick. And now the linesmen get in between, but not before Marcel gets one more shot in.
Chance as well on Willem DeVoe. Now the gloves are down. Sam Bitten wants to go with DeVoe, and they're going to drop him. And Sam Bitten gets a heavy right in. DeVoe standing in there tough. Bitten a couple of uppercuts over the top. DeVoe down to his knees. Bitten still swinging. I'll give DeVoe a lot of credit. He's hanging in there. Got a right in himself, but Sam Bitten still teeing off. We know Sam boxes as part of his off-season training regimen, and Willem DeVoe just learned that lesson the hard way.
The middle, gets away and shoots a pad save. The rebound, a second stop. Murashov with that left pad, kicking it out like a pinball flipper once and twice on Pierrick, who's tied up in the corner behind the Penguins net. 2-on-2 up by Hollowell and Dubé. They dropped the gloves behind the net. Dubé still got his gloves on, but Hollowell is swinging away and trying to fight Pierrick Dubé here. He's got a right going now. He's lost his helmet. Now he's pumping with rights. Pierrick Dubé giving it to Hollowell. Oh, Pierrick Dubé decided, all right, let's go. He's fired up with Mac Hollowell. He gets the takedown.
Sliding it ahead. Joining the Marlies from the University of Miami, Ohio, the Redhawks. Last season, got in a handful of games. Toure and Pare have got the mitts off right in front of the Belleville net. Jabril Toure gave Sed Pare a chance to get his mitts off and then filled him in quickly. And the former Belleville Senator eats a couple of really big shots.
Game regular season series begins. Puck in the right wing corner in the offensive zone for the Crunch. The second period is underway. Milo Rollins has it. Heavy hit along the right boards. A penalty upcoming on the Amherst. And it's touched up an early power play coming. And now Carlisle getting into it. Carlisle throwing some haymakers early. Oh, big right by Carlisle. My goodness. They're throwing some heavy swings. Carlisle took his man down. It was Komarov.
Goal of the preseason for Ansons. And the Penguins have a 4-goal lead, and now Ansons is going to drop the gloves against Primo. The 6'6" forward of the Phantom swinging away on Ansons, and he's holding his ground. Strong left arm here by Ansons to give him some space, and there's a big right-handed bomb, knocks the helmet off of Primo's head. Uppercuts by Ansons, still holding Primo at bay. Rivas Ansons, Primo trying to find a way to shake his arms free to make some more contact on Ansons. Now they're both gassed.
Fans are familiar with, former Barracuda tough guy and longtime member now of the Flames organization. Off the draw, Svetlikov and Van Roboys come together. Guriev over to aid him as This game's starting to get a bit chippy in the second period. DeYoung has his arms wrapped around Vincent, and DeYoung's gloves are off, and here we go. Vincent's going to drop the gloves, but DeYoung, who got his gloves off first, and Vincent with a good straight right pops the helmet off of DeYoung. And the linesmen are in between those two. So they didn't let that go too long as they're wrestled down to the ice.
It was blocked. You know what he wanted to do? Put that right on goal. Great idea, but a good shot block by the Crunch. Now we got a fight. Rollins is going with Laguerre, and he takes him down. Oh, Abe. We'll go back to the point. Crozier around the boards. There's a fight. Stillman going. Stillman and Huuhtanen. Stillman with the right hand. Another one. Stillman's going. And they break it up.
Watson comes up with it. He's surrounded though, and the puck knocked
look
away.
out.
Now we got Watson going after Mutter, and he's got him and knocked him down.
Boy, did this place just erupt.
2-0, just about halfway into this third period.
Oh, that's got to be interference. That's a body check when the puck wasn't near. Now we're going to get a fight.
Johannes and Mutter. And Mutter has the upper hand. He had it right from the get-go, and it's hard to recover. I don't know how that is not an interference penalty.
Yeah, it's a
Larry.
full body check as they're chasing the puck.
From Condata and Dauphin at 13-13. Here we go, Jeffrey Viel. He's going to go with Luke Tuck. Viel with a couple of solid left punches. Oh, baby, what a shot there on the uppercut from Viel.
Moves it up the ice. Jagger Firkus. Big hit is Goyette. Got a shoulder up high. And now we're going to have a fight as Brouillard and Brown will duke it out at center ice. They drop the gloves and get ready to dance. No punches thrown yet. Sizing up one another. They grapple. Brown throws the first right. Brouillard counters with one of his own. Brown feeds overhand rights. A couple of uppercuts as well. And the size advantage goes to Josh Brown. And good for Nick Brouillard stepping up for his teammate David Goyette, who is hit high.
To his normal defensive posture. Puck is punched into the near corner on the left wing side. Rochester with a long shift. They got a fight. Yops is going. He's going here with Colton White. Right hands from White. Right hand. Another one. White trying to get the left arm free. And they break it up. Great job there by both men.
Out to the neutral zone near the Crunch blue line for Lucas Vakovsky. Final 7 seconds of the period. Heavy hit by Tyson Feist. And look out, he's getting swarmed by 3 Senators. Everyone dropped the gloves. My goodness. Feist now has Washcourt, and he hammers him. A heavy uppercut by Feist. Washcourt trying to get free. Feist has hit 2 or 3 heavy blows. Another uppercut comes across, absorbs the hit, hammers another one. Now Washcourt getting back at it. Oh, a huge uppercut by Feist, and the officials are going to jump in. Wow.
For Gauntz, the puck's at the net. Raska couldn't get to it. He gets stapled to the ice by Mark Lewinsky. These two are happy to fight, and they will. Oh, and Raska with an early right. That was a quick but venomous fight. Raska hit Lewinsky right off the hop, and then Lewinsky hit Raska. Those are two of the toughest customers you'll find.
Rakowski in behind the net, and that does it for the period. Gutman and Danielson exchanging pleasantries in behind. It was Gutman that had a little bit of an extra shove on Danielson. He wipes off the helmet. And that's Phillips who wants a piece of it. Lands a couple of rights and sets it down. He turtles. Ice makes way for Carter Mazer, and at center, Casper is dueling with Colton Dock. Dock's got his left hand tucked into Casper. Now they're in front of the Rockford bench. Both guys trying to get their hands free. Casper hits him with a right. Dock counters right back, and he goes southpaw with a lefty. Dock gets the takedown right in front of the Rockford bench.
Ontario near the red line, and the San Jose Barracuda are offside this time. And again, we've got Element, and we got a couple gloves on the ice. They've dropped them. Sean Element dropping the gloves with Lucas Van Roboys, and Element swung and missed with a right, and then holding him with a left and dropping him to the ice. Sean Element. Van Roboy is still trying to get a few more shots in.
Either tie up the game or points take a lead in this game. Just have not been able to convert. And now the gloves drop on Yabuchi and Middleton going at it.
All right.
Two big hombres going at it. Onyebuchi throws a right, misses, connecting with a right. Middleton, an uppercut lands flush. Couple of jabs for Onyebuchi. Middleton cocks back, comes over the top, glancing blow. Onyebuchi, glancing blow of his own with a right hand. Middleton.
Taking their helmets off, let them go.
As they both wanted to take their helmets off, they wouldn't let them do it.
That should be a misconduct on the linesman.
In February for the second installment of this series. No better time to go to Winnipeg. As Spacek rambles into the slot, but at the other side, Sammy Walker is going to fight Mark Lewinsky. Boy, oh boy, careful what you bite off here, young man. Lewinsky is oh so tough. Walker standing in there, and Lewinsky wasn't able to really ever get a punch in, but
Start the party. It's the puck from Aaron Nance down the left wing, trying to jump around Pullmans. Can't do so. Sonnier playing the puck back behind the goal. He's feisty out there as he's shoved to the boards once and twice by Pullmans. Gives him a four-on shiver back. Powder keg by Pop here. They're going to drop the glove. Sonnier with the first fight of the year, and he's swinging away with left. He's a southpaw. He got Pullmans good there. Pullmans firing back away, and Sonnier with an uppercut there, and the takedown too. Well, you want to make yourself a household name in Hershey. Brendan Sonnier did just that.
Checkers chase after that chip. Big collision down behind the goal line. Now the Checkers with it. In the right wing corner is Riley Bezos. His fourth line is out. We've got ourselves a scrap. We've got a goal. We got a fight in the first 2.5 minutes of this game. Riley Bezos squaring up. Swing and a miss as he's taking on Cameron Butler. Now they lock up. Butler trying to get his hand up around the horse collar of Bezos. Bezos with a good uppercut jars the bucket loose. Bezos with another one. That one sails in front of the face. Butler taking down Bezos to a knee. And boy, this one.
De lancer par la suite.
1-0 Laval, Alex Barré-Boulay qui a marqué. Oh, on va jeter les gars. Eh bien, ça fait laisser en attente. Vincent Arsenault et Kel Kessie se font face au centre de la glace. Ça, ce sont deux colosses.
Ouais,
et Kessie possède une longue portée. Étant de libérer sa droite, Arsenault va ensuite enchaîner les gauchers. Et là, c'est très ouvert au centre de la glace, directement au rang central.
Oh là là.
Et là, c'est pour homme seulement. Arsenault qui est en train de corriger Kessie de la main gauche. Kessie qui revient. C'est un combat de poids lourd, mesdames et messieurs. Et Arsenault qui touche Kessie au visage avec la main gauche. Quel combat de poids lourd entre Vincent Arsenault et Kel Kessie. Mais Arsenault s'est cassé un doigt. Avec Dylan Duke, ça continue ces deux-là, le long de la rampe. Simoneau qui est. On engage le combat, c'est parti. Dylan Duke et Xavier Simoneau qui perd son casque rapidement. Ben là, s'il voulait tester son épaule, c'est réglé pour Xavier. Les deux ont chuté rapidement sur la glace.
Been nice to hold on to it.
Skinner fires one of the traffic. Deming had it for a moment, lost it, but he quickly covers up as Peterson was looking for it. And now some pushing and shoving. And Peterson gets into it with Harper, who's just feeding him a steady diet of rights. The veteran Ben Harper all over the rookie Dylan Peterson. Harper did not like the rookie, poking at his goaltender with 6:37 to go.
And congrats to section 106. That Griffin's goal means you've each
The Griffins are going to go after the whiskey here.
I
don't know who grabbed him. I can't tell. But they just
went down quickly. No real punches thrown.
One's paddle it towards the blue line. Lee, skating in his first game this season for Wilkes-Barre Scranton, plays it down the boards, but here we go. An early fight between Boko Imama and Garrett Wilson. We knew this was a possibility. We're going to see it just 21 seconds into the game. Imama grabs hold of Wilson. They spin one another around at center ice. Both players swinging away. They lose their balance. Linesmen step in. These two want to keep fighting, but the officials shut it down.
Between the legs, a seam pass connected for Cates, near side wall. And now Baddock is going to drop the mitts right at the blue line. Baddock entangling with Marino, and Kyle Marino gets the takedown.
Whacks it back to center ice. It'll trickle for Coachella Valley in their own end. And a penalty coming up to Dilling Hetherington as he buries a man in front of the Coachella Valley bench and then wraps up another as the whistle sounds, and they'll drop the gloves as Melanson and Hetherington the bout in the far corner of the goal zone. Melanson trying to get right back up and throws a couple more rights. He's lost his lid as Hetherington has him tied up now and comes back with a couple more rights. Some body shots over the top here. Lands a couple in the back of the head. Staying with it though is Melanson trying to keep up, and they'll twirl and tumble to the ice. Petrie couldn't connect. It comes out to the point and the Gulls hold in only for a second before Fleury gloves it down and cruises back to Gulls ice. Stops at the right side, and behind the play here, Nathan Gaucher's mixed up with one of the Firebirds. He'll drop the gloves. It's him and Max McCormick going. McCormick not usually that guy, but he'll get the takedown.
Technically, actually, he's not a rookie. He was asking why he wasn't listed as a rookie on the roster sheet. It's because he's played more than 25 games. Hey, flippers off in the corner. Hayden Hodgson and Sam LaBerge, and how about that left uppercut from Haji as those two go down. Cleared back the other way by Belleville. This puck will slow down, and icing is waved off as Hodgson again just barrels into an opponent, and now we've got Hodgson and Hallinan. 42 against 24, and my money's on 42 in this one as Hayden Hodgson and Brian Hallinan lock up, and Hodgson gets that left arm free for a couple. About a 2-inch difference between these guys, and with them both tangled up, the linesman will come in.
Wall for the Rockford bench, back into the corner, and it's going to fly over the half glass nearest side into the stands. With a face off the follow now, some pushing and shoving after the fact, and gloves have dropped, and a fight involving Isaac Ratcliffe right in front of the Rockford goal. Isaac Ratcliffe going at it right now with Ethan Del Mastro. Del Mastro falls to his backside of the ice outside the crease area. So a couple of players jawing after the puck flew into the stands. That being Isaac Ratcliffe. To center. Gravel going back after him to the Admiral zone, and a couple of players getting tangled up. Now behind the play, gloves have dropped. Felix against Navrin Mutter near the Rockford blue line. They skate towards center. Grab onto each other's shoulder pads, going at it. Navrin Mutter. Felix with the right hand. Grab it out of the collar of the jersey of Felix. Navrin Mutter goes to the right hand with an uppercut. Goes to the cheek. Another right hand to the shoulder. Another right hand to the cheek. Now Felix goes to the right hand of the left cheek of Navarin Mutter, and those two are separated following the fights.
By Owen Pickering. Keeping an eye on Garrett Wilson. Here we go. Dropping the gloves with Boko Amama. We knew it was coming all the way. Now Wilson swings with a right and a couple rights. Boko Amama trying to come back with a right. Flails around. Got Wilson with a right there, but maybe more on the helmet. Wilson with a right. Here comes Amama throwing rights. Wilson is thrown around a little bit. He gets up after he lost his balance. It was one heck of a fight.
Over, McDonald cuts in, fires, save, rebound, shot again, still loose. Side of the crease, picked off. And now McDonald going to drop the glove with Jet Wu. McDonald gets the sweater over the head and lands a big uppercut on Wu. Now answers with another right hand as McDonald and the linesman will come in and separate those two. Oh, and Fellower just took a punch in the face from Sammy Blay. Now McDonald still barking at Wu. Middleton will come in. And then Ratu smartly cuts over and grabs TJ Titan from behind.
Boys in the offensive zone, flick one to the net for Vincent, who is upended, rolls in on net, and the save made.
More scrums. Referees are looking all over the place, but really the main action is what's in front of the net.
Here we go. Merrick and Vincent are going to drop the gloves, former teammates, and Vincent right off the hop with a good right. Merrick getting a couple of rights in himself. Linesman trying to get in between those two, so a couple of former teammates drop the gloves.
Over the line is Oscar Pettersson, and behind the play and getting a couple of shots from Cale Kessie was Donovan Sabrango. Away to Jamel Smith. Smith down the right side, and Belleville's going to get another penalty.
Yeah, that one was light. That one was extremely light, and we're just going to call it like it is. Jamel Smith got knocked down. That probably deserved more of a penalty when Smith got knocked down the wing, and now there's going to be a scrap here.
It's Teasdale for the crunch, and I think it's Torian Donovan, the rookie for Belleville. No, it's not Donovan.
Sent right back onto the left wing for Morellis. Now behind the play, VL. Here we go! Jeffrey VL, his second fight of the year. He's going to go with Leo Loof. VL with an overhand right. He's got the helmet off. And an uppercut there, and there he goes! Down goes Loof.
Continue. Now Sabrin goes after Fleming and challenges him, and gloves are off. Scott Sabrin, the veteran, against the rookie Joe Fleming. Sabrin with over 1,100 penalty minutes in his AHL career, and Joe Fleming with his first bout in the AHL. They latch onto each other at center ice, and Fleming bent over. Sabrin has the left arm free. Fleming just trying to keep that left arm in check. And Sabrin, a couple of rights on Fleming, and the linesman will step in, and both.
Just need to get this puck out of their zone. They finally do with 5 seconds left in the period. Near side pass is taken down, and we got gloves dropping. It's Max Groshev. Grosjean and a Penguin. It's Justin Lee. Final.
En défense à Jacobs et ensuite pour Hayes à Toc devant le banc des Comets. Le combat s'engage. Zach Hayes et Sam Laberge devant le banc des Comets. Oh, c'est l'épreuve de force pour l'instant. Les bras sont barrés des deux côtés. Très peu de coups échangés. Laberge qui tente de sortir sa main droite. Mais Hayes parvient à bien l'immobiliser. Les deux qui vraiment se livrent une épreuve de force, très peu de coups. Hayes qui sort la droite parvient à effleurer le visage de Samuel Laberge. Bref, c'est pas un combat qui va passer à l'histoire. Les officiels qui interviennent.
Here, the
fourth-year pro out of Calgary, Alberta, turns it over out in front. Aiden McDonough couldn't get a shot off. But now we got ourselves a scrap along the wall. Tice Thompson tangling himself up with Riley Bezo. Bezo's second tilt in as many weekends. And the two will come colliding into the wall. And we'll get a stoppage here. Face-off coming directly at center on top of the Checkers logos. We're under a minute to play here in the first. Goals from each team so far, 1-1. And we're going to get a whistle as the Checkers come in offside. And Riley Bezo finding himself a partner once again. Bezo and Bardreau. We've got ourselves another scrap. It looks like we've got Wyatt Newpower has found himself a partner. I can't quite see who it is on the far side. There we go. Now we got it. Merrick Alsher, the rookie, throwing some rights. Alsher has him in a little bit of a headlock. Newpower got a few in himself. And Alsher's taken down to a knee. The linesman will step in. This one, all kinds of firepower so far. These two teams do not like each other.
The Griffins through center ice, but Johannesson breaks up the rush as Booyam was trying to spring Jacob Rychlowski in across the zone. And now behind the plane we have a scrap, and it's Austin Watson and Dylan Peterson, the rookie, challenging the longtime NHL tough guy. Couple of rights in for each player, but Peterson lost his balance and fell to the ice.
Merkulov will chase. Aaron Ness is there first. It will not be icing, and we're going to get a fight over by the Hershey bench. Sweezy going at it. He'll drop the Hershey defenseman Brennan Sunneer. My goodness, Sweezy took absolutely no hesitation at all on Saunier.
5-game point streak to start the season. It will be Ritzkovian with the secondary assist. We're going to get our first fight of the year. Matthew Semenoff against a bigger opponent, Bradley Merrick. Semenoff and Merrick just inside the Texas line. Semenoff trying to protect himself. Neither player really got a good shot in, and eventually Semenoff folds down, but he tried to stand up to a bigger force. In front of Halavai. Ricochets to the far boards. Oh, a huge hit as Christian Kyrou was hammered by Raska. And the Stars are going to step in Kyrou's defense, and Raska's going to throw some haymakers here on Ritzkovian, who fought in the preseason for Dallas. And here he is stepping up for his teammate.
Boards to just get the puck out of harm's way, and I think a big hit was Hunter Drew on Canuck Liebert, and here we got a fight, the second one of the season, as Hunter Drew and Liebert throw the gloves down, and don't really see a lot of punching so far. There we go, a couple of whacks there from Hunter Drew on the short side of the right face-off dot. Drew and Canuck Liebert throwing hands at each other right now. It's Hunter Drew's first fight of the year, and come on, get a big lick in there, toss the sweaters a bit, come on. Want to see a bit more than that, as the bear hug might conclude here. And Lieber gets a couple of more shots at Drew, and Hunter kind of just throws him down. A nice, good fight. Backs after allowing the early goal to Tucson. Oh, we got another fight. This time it's Curtis Douglas. He is tangling down with Josh Brown right at the blue line of Bakersfield. So we have two fights in a row, and Douglas wallops Brown just a bit more and takes him down.
Center, Byro, a bouncing puck, comes the other way, and Cale Fleury gets mugged by Samuel Hellenius. Fleury will now answer the call of the tall Hellenius. Hellenius throws some uppercuts, overhand right. Fleury finally gets a hand free. And Fleury just trying to protect himself now. Fleury holding his own pretty well. Tries to swing some right hooks. Hellenius gets one last one, as does Fleury. And they'll be separated by the linesman.
Like Obel now has 2 on the season. Bounce it around, and Grand Rapids is in. And look out. Hunter McDonald shoved the man down in the corner. A little dangerous. They want to go get him. Yeah, we got a fight back there. After that Hunter McDonald hit, it's Austin Watson, the NHL veteran, stepping up for his teammate. Charging in there and shoving on him, and they drop the gloves. And now McDonald trying to hold him off. Now McDonald throws it right as Austin Watson trying to come back at him. Hunter McDonald will muscle him down to the ice, and that is that.
On him, McConnell Barker. Puck turned over, comes to to Scanlon. Now some pushing and shoving. Newkirk and Scanlon, they're going to drop the gloves. They've got each other at an arm's length right now. Nobody ready to throw the first punch between the former Islander Newkirk, and now Scanlon knocks the bucket over with a couple of rights. Newkirk gets one back. They'll wrestle each other down to the ice with 14:49 to go.
Beck qui reprend, ramène aussitôt en zone ennemie. Attendu de pied ferme, derrière pour Barré-Boulay. Alors que Beck s'est fait pousser au sol. Oh, et comme de temps qui jette les gants tout de suite, se porte à la rescousse de Owen Beck et jette les gants devant Schmelzer. Et c'est un combat très ouvert, comme de temps qui perd le bras de Schmelzer. Il reçoit quelques bons coups avant de crouler au sol. Et s'est donné quelques bons coups de poing entre Lucas Condotta et Ryan Schmelzer.
Got it deep. VL back in after it, colliding with Jorian Donovan. Daou, Davies, right at the side of his net. And forced into making a save there was Levi Marilainen. We've got gloves off. Jorian Donovan and Jeffrey VL are squaring off in the far side corner. And I don't think the cameras have caught it yet. And VL throwing a couple body shots against the rookie. Jeffrey VL, 6'2", 205. Jorian Donovan right around the same. A lot of clutching here as VL gets the right arm free, but can't connect. Now Donovan with one over top. And linesmen have seen enough clutching. They'll jump in. Both benches up and pounding the boards.
Shot fanned on it that time, as unable was Andonovski. Dangerous play for Bridgeport as a bit of a tackle in the corner as Andonovski goes down, and it'll be skated up into the neutral zone. Tyce Thompson and Mitchell and Andonovski going at it, and the gloves are dropped. Mitchell dropping the gloves with Andonovski as they are tangled up in the corner. And Andonovski will wrestle Mitchell down to the ground. They'll roll to the corner and be separated there.
Oh, Granger takes
like
a big hit, loses his bucket.
Oh, Sabrin's got the gloves off, and they're going to go.
Sabrin was quick. McKinnon and Sabrin, they meet at center ice. And immediately get a little bit tangled. Sabrin with a couple of hard lefts on McKinnon. Stick taps all around.
And linesman get in right away when the helmet comes off. Sabrin can go. Sabrin sticking up for his teammates. Oh.
Sabrin seemingly loving every minute of it.
McKinnon got caught with some heavy ones, so he's still trying to fight his way through, and he's not liking the extra. But if they don't let go, he's going to get more of a suspension or more of a.
So back underway, 4:41 to go. Cam Bites is out there, so is Onyebuchi, and I think we're going to have it, folks. They're lined up right here on the draw. They're talking. Puck is dropped, and the flippers look like they might be coming off, and there they go. Cam Bites against Onyebuchi. Squaring off. Onyebuchi with a right. Cam Bites goes down, gets back up. Cam Bites hanging in there. Onyebuchi has 10 career fights.
Legare tries to clear it out. We take time to thank you for stepping in the booth with me. I know you probably had other things you wanted to do tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Looks like we have a fight here right by the Utica bench.
Novikov and Legare are going. They'll be broken up by the linesman here.
Down by Gaudin. Meanwhile, McKay carries it deep into the Ontario zone and away from the play. Gloves are off. Fleming and Malott. It was Malott who threw the hit on Uchaz. Fleming went right to him, and they are throwing haymakers with the rights. Fleming's got the jersey up over his face now. He's being wrestled down by Malott, and now the linesman will step in as Fleming had not just his jersey over his head, but his shoulder pads too.
Les Bruins au centre de la glace. Merkulov qui impliqué dans un duel avec Jacobs qui repousse au centre. Contact solide. Et là, la bagarre éclate. Roy a été frappé. Et qui vient d'engager le combat avec Pitlick? C'est Brendan Gignac qui n'a jamais hésité en jetant les gants face à Tyler Pitlick.
Et Pitlick, c'est un gros client, un gros bonhomme.
C'est l'épreuve de force présentement près de la rampe. Brendan qui va sûrement chercher à se protéger. Pitlick qui veut libérer sa main droite. L'épreuve de force qui se poursuit. Gignac va chuter au sol et Pitlick va faire la même chose. Alors, un court combat de boxe.
Joshua Roy! Avec l'aide du numéro 24, assisted by number 24.
Oh, et la bagarre éclate devant le filet. Simoneau et Frédéric Brunet se livrent un furieux combat. Et Brunet est nettement plus grand que Simoneau. Il va tout de même le renverser. Simoneau en a pris pour son rhume, mais par la suite renverse Frédéric Brunet sur la patinoire.
Into the air, Houle chasing down Crotty. Oh boy. Oh, and Cam Crotty caught an edge, and he went awkwardly into the end wall, and he is down. That could be a huge loss, and Carson Lambos and Anthony Vincent are trying to scuffle here. One of the linesmen, looks like John Watson's in the way, and they are going to go. So Lambos and Vincent have dropped the clubs. Lambos knows what he's doing here. He's no stranger to this. Vincent either. Lambos got his right hand free. Vincent caught him once. Another right from Vincent. Oh, and Lambos has got his right free. I don't think he hit him, but he threw a haymaker at him. And Cam Crotty is still down on a knee in the right.
Senators lead 4-1, 5:15 into the second period. So the juice and the crunch seem to be generating is now ended. The gloves are going to drop, however. Teasdale and Washcook. Heavy hit by Teasdale, and Washcook took down Teasdale to get back up. And the officials jump in.
Shaw takes over forechecking duties. It'll be skipped up the wall. The sticks and gloves will drop. It's Kyle Marino and Tyrell Bauer going at it. The last time this happened, it did not go well for Marino. They'll square up as Bauer back into the lineup and looking to make an impact early. They engage. Marino over the top with a good shot. Bauer going with some body shots. Marino gets one in. Bauer going to the left now. Marino teeing off. Marino getting some shots in. Getting unsteady, but they'll stay with it. Now locking horns up top. Bauer loses his helmet. Bauer slinging some punches. Gets them over the top. Marino trying to get his hand loose. Can't do it. Bauer gets a left in. Switching hands for Bauer. Trying to free it up. Gets over top. And the Lions folk will get in there to stop this one.
Without the game having begun, they could have both faced suspensions for such a thing. And we'll see what happens as play carries on. And we're going to get a drop mitts. And here we go. Center stage. It's Benton and Wilson right at the center logo. Buckle up, folks. Saturday night fights inside the Thunderdome. And Benton fires a quick right. Wilson comes back with two of his own. Sam hanging in there. He got another one over the top. Wilson still firing, and Sam fires a few more himself. Wilson over the top with a right. Benton losing his balance. He goes down, but he wants to keep going. The linesmen, though, step in and interrupt. And they are still screaming at each other. Interference from McDonald. Phantoms are back on it. Tuamala will just play it safely to center and take a big crunch from Hunter Skinner. Retaliation, though, came from Tuamala. He's going to get a penalty. Meanwhile, Skinner and McDonald have dropped the mitts. So a second round as Hunter Skinner gets some right hands in over by the penalty boxes. McDonald seems more concerned with having words forbidden in the sin minutes. Skinner keeps firing rights. But the jersey came up over Skinner's head, so the linesmen come in to protect Hunter, who was in a compromised position. Silvergard has Peterson breaking. Peterson bearing, and he shoots, and McAniemi the save, and a big hit right after the play by Sampson, and that's going to bring more rough stuff after the whistle. Going to have more penalties coming from this, I have a feeling, as Silvergard trying to wrestle J.R. Avon out of the pile, and Avon threw a punch at Silvergard. Silvergard's now dropped a mitt. He wants to go with Avon, and they're going to drop him. Silvergard and Avon, it's round 3. And Silvergard getting an uppercut right hand in. They're in tight as they drift out to center. Silvergard still trying to hang in there, and he'll pull Avon's jersey over his head and take him down. Alexandrov. Once again, the Phantoms win the battle. Centering feet in front, Gardner pushed it wide. McGing trying to escape the center behind the play. Schoenemann taken down, and a penalty coming here, and McGing doesn't like that one bit from Gardner. Schoenemann slow to get up, and the T-Birds come roaring together in defense of their teammate as Harrington and Gardner together. A fourth fight tonight as Scott Harrington, and a fifth fight as Adard and Peterson have dropped the mitts. Ronnie Adard and Dylan Peterson firing. Peterson a couple of uppercuts. Adard comes back with one of his own. Oh boy, he took Peterson down heavily. Boy, I just hope Peterson's okay.
Changes continue for the Gulls. Get a fresh deep pairing on us. Look out, Patera knocked down. Whistle sounds. And now pushing and shoving. We're going to drop the gloves as Waters and Nathan Gaucher go after it. And they get a couple punches away before down to the ice they twist and fall.
That play is because of Hickett's right there. He was able to settle the puck down. It was a weird puck.
And we got a fight off the draw. It's Sean Element who drops the gloves with Riley McKay. Element trying to get the right hand free. McKay swinging with the right as well. Two guys who definitely been looking for one over the last couple of days, and Element's connecting with the right hand. Sean Element, couple uppercuts. McKay hanging in there, just popped the helmet off of Element, and now the linesmen come in and break it up.
Element. Hickey on the loose puck now. Took a hit from Hellenius. McKay then took a hit from Doty, who left his feet. And a penalty upcoming, and now everyone's going to get into it. Doty came flying at McKay. We said that those two were going at one another before the last whistle. And after Doty came flying in, things got more serious. They're tackling to the ground, and away from them, McLean and Hellenius are throwing rights. And Hellenius and McLean headlocking each other. They go tumbling down to the ground. Jack Millar is also tangled up with someone. The penalty was upcoming.
D'Amato equalizing. 1-1 the score, 3:05 remaining in the opening period. And now we're going to get a fight out at center ice as McKinnon's going to go with Josh Brown. Brown over the top of the right. Brown a couple of big rights over the top. Uppercut overhand. Brown's got McKinnon in a world of hurt here. Brown get the size advantage. McKinnon already with a goal tonight. He's picking up a fight here. McKinnon goes uppercut. Brown goes over the top. He's trying to fend him off now. Trying to get that reach out. Brown trying to get the right arm free. He's got a hold of McKinnon's left side. McKinnon trying to force him down to the ice, and they go toppling to it. With 3:02 remaining in the first, this game tied at 1. And James Stefan. 12:08 to go in the third. Now we're going to get a fight at center ice as dropping the mitts for Bakersfield. I think that's Gleason who's tied up. It is. Gleason is throwing him here with Mitchell Stevens. He'll take him down to the ice after they got tangled up. On the Canuck Liepert minor. The penalty basically saved a goal. Now a huge check in the defensive zone, and now we're going to get more gloves thrown. I think that was Warner initially in the corner with the heavy check.
It looked like it was a stick. Colin White was trying to clear the puck around the end wall, and it caught Hunt up high. And now Brad Merrick has seen enough of Lucas Van Roboy's antics, and with a huge right, Merrick sits down Van Roboy's.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's a nice hit by Schultz, but I like what Ciccone does there to step in and take care and stand up for his teammate, especially on the type of weekend you have here. Talk about team building, not just on the scoreboard, but on the ice as well, backing each other up.
And Garrett, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's a clean hit or not. If it's a big hit, sometimes you just have to step in there and take exception.
But a pass deflected right back to Ward. Ward took a shove from Waters, and Ward didn't like that. Tied up with Waters, and they've dropped the gloves. It's going to be a fight here between Taylor Ward and Chase Waters of Abbotsford. Waters a few rights now. Ward sheds the elbow pad. Trying to get a few more rights in on him. Taylor Ward staying on his feet. Took one from Waters. They go back and forth. Ward trying to get that right fist free. And now that's going to be it. The two separate.
What Brett McLean is telling them to do. Sometimes you don't always find that on a fourth line. We're going to get a fight.
Spot check jumps on Austin Watson. This is biting off a big piece. Watson can really fight, and he takes down spot check. Ryan O'Rourke got bulldozed there as Watson came charging off the bench and hammered his partner, and good on David Spotcheck.
Halliday's Cruikshank got spilled through the middle. Halliday on the wing, gonna get stiffed a little there by Mailloux and then knocked to the ice. Belleville fans want to call here. Mailloux gives a shot to Halliday. The glove is off. Gloves are off now, and here we go. 2 minutes off here, and with 2:28 to go in the third period, Logan Mailloux and Stephen Halliday are two very important players on both sides, and they're going to get involved in a scrap after that.
Corner, Liukas is between his skates. Now we'll poke it up the wall. Dufour looked like got a high hit. Liukas is going to step in against Abate, and Abate immediately got Liukas off balance. Now Liukas gets back to his feet. The officials let him go. Liukas and Abate with a good fight here. A couple of punches connected between both. And Abate knocks Liukas down to his knees through one more punch as the linesmen try to separate them.
Tries to thread the needle for Hooten, ends up in behind the net. And now the gloves are going to drop. It's Crozier. Crozier's dropped it with McHugh. They come together. Crozier throwing a heavy right. McHugh comes back. Crozier landed some heavy rights again. McHugh got it right over the helmet, then a midsection blow. Crozier back with some rights across the side of the face. A wild right by McHugh. Crozier lands another one. Oh, he's hammering away now. And the officials, the linesmen, step in.
Have to give credit where credit is due. Called it in the pregame interview that the Moose have been very strong at some of those breakout plays. Now we're going to get a fight in front of the Stars bench. Jack Becker, Tyson Empey. Empey swinging away with some rights, catching Becker. And I think Curtis McKenzie just calmly moves over to help put an end to this one.
Played to some open ice. Big hit by Jared Tenorti. And he's going to drop the gloves. You could see that coming from a mile away. Jared Tenorti and Mason Gertson, two big men. Tenorti 6'6", 230 pounds. And for Mason Gertson, the Alberta kid, 6'4", 231. As the bucket is off Gertson, and the officials quickly seeing enough. But
Onyebuchi floods it to the net, and flood, is that even a word? Flutters? Regardless of that, Callie Clayton is able to make the save there, and a couple of pushing and shoving after the play there with 7:03 left to go. Oh, and here we go. Now we potentially got a fight there, and we do. Curtis Douglas, second fight of the season, going up against Noah Warren, and Curtis Douglas throwing rights, more rights, like a boxing match right in front of the fans here at the Tucson Arena. Curtis Douglas's helmet falls off. He's throwing more, and nice scrap there between Curtis Douglas and Noah Warren.
Here's Kajula as Hirose took down his man. Condors wanted a call. They're not going to get one. Now Tristan Nielsen lost the puck, and now we're going to have a fight. We got all sorts of players getting into it. Condors didn't like how Hirose took down a Condor. Now we're going to have a scrap between Kajula and Jet Wu. The gloves are off. Wu's without his helmet, and Kajula's in trouble. And now the ref's going to break it up. And now Hirose gets up, and he's going to drop the gloves with Phil. How about this? Or make that Warner. Warner's got the height advantage for sure on Akito Hirose, who's in his first AHL scrap. And those two tie up and go crashing to the ice, and their night should be over.
Kicks it ahead, took a hard hit in open ice by Tony Nato with help from Bauer. And now a wrestling match in the near corner of the Manitoba zone. behind the play. McKenzie was involved with Parker Ford. McKenzie gets up swinging. Couple of big rights over the top. Ford without a helmet tries to get his arms free. McKenzie swinging away. The linesman trying to put an end to it, and eventually they do.
Nothing. 5 seconds left. Now they get it deep. New Power reverses. And he got hit on the side of the head by an oncoming bear. That was Saunier. They're going to drop the gloves. New Power takes exception to the high hit. The officials let him go. It's New Power and Saunier. Saunier gets a couple of shots in. New Power still on his feet. He's not done. He's got his left free. Tied up Saunier with the right. Now he'll wrestle him down like a rag doll. The officials are quick to jump in.
Off the draw, save made by Portillo. Had to be ready for a shot by Douglas. We got a penalty here on the Roadrunners as a slash came, and now everybody comes together. And we've got a fracas brewing in the corner. Rowe involved, Walsh involved. Jacob Doty's going to square it up with Onyebuchi. Jacob Doty and Onyebuchi on a fight on the circle. Doty with a right rips the helmet off of Onyebuchi. Onyebuchi having the helmet still clinging on as Doty trying to get that helmet out of there. Swinging rights. Now the helmet is on the ice. Doty and Onyebuchi, we've seen this before. Onyebuchi just trying to fire, all out fire. Doty trying to protect himself a little bit more. And the officials trying to get in and break this up. Doty is very upset at the linesman.
Two by Berard with 8.5 to go in regulation time, and the Wolfpack up 2. This is going to be icing against
a
the
penalty
Checkers.
here behind the play.
And now, sort of jumping Berard, and Berard is down and sort of still firing punches. Well behind the play, Justin sort of jumping Brett Berard, and we'll see what powder keg this sparks up. Belzile is furious, Robertson as well. We'll wait for the replay. They're still flinging punches. That was well behind the play, Sean. You said a penalty was coming. Brett Berard is barking at Justin Sordiff. Everybody's up on the boards.
Yeah, Berard had collided with Sordiff in the corner and might have been a little high as Sordiff dropped to the ground.
Much more tame start to this one. Would have been hard to be crazier than the start that these two teams had. Oh boy, I spoke too soon. Sam Bitton and Sawyer Bolton. Sawyer Bolton, the son of longtime NHL enforcer Eric Bolton. And off we go. Sam Bitton gets a couple of rights in immediately. Sawyer Bolton hit the deck but got back to his skates, and now Sawyer comes back with a couple of rights himself. He switched to the left, but Sam getting some right hands in. This one not quite as chaotic as the Wilson scrap with Bitton was, but Bolton and Bitton both getting some good rights in. Bolton's helmet is still attached to his cuff. Hasn't been able to shake it loose. Boy, they're still going. Exchanging some right hooks. No one's really connected heavily just yet. Now the linesman will come in and break it up. Wilson trying to bank it across the other side of the ice. Belpedio up into the play in center, and Tucker lowers the boom in the neutral zone, and we're going to get another scrap from it. As Gardner sticks up for Belpedio, and Tucker takes Gardner down almost immediately.
Adding to the lead just a few minutes ago. In the neutral zone, Fleming will rim it in deep, and now gloves are off. Mitch McLean and Hunter Drew squared off in the Tucson zone as McLean led with a right and then tackled Drew down to the ice. And the linesmen jump in immediately.
On the attack, but a nice poke check. Hammers draw it away, and now here's a partial breakaway opportunity moving in. Hellenius in on goal, the shot, and there's a penalty coming up as we have the Rochester player in the net. The gloves are dropped. Did that go in the net? I'm not sure if that one ever went in the net, but the two players tied up. They're on the ice and behind the net.
No,
they're pick up who that is. Rathbone and a Laval player.
To the near corner. Pass comes to the near hash marks where Soderblom will get it to neutral, but Campbell stole it away, and now the gloves drop. Watson and Marino back in the Griffin zone against the glass in the near circle. Marino throwing wild rights. Watson comes back. They bear hug. Marino trying to free up. They're hugging tightly in the near circle along the glass. Watson, the former Admiral. Marino, the current Admiral. And they're going to break it up here. Nobody really landed anything.
And the Wild are finally going to be headed to the power play here as Liam Bischel, who has been a problem all weekend, and Alex Petrovic and Adam Raska look like they want to dance, and they will. Petrovic's got some lefts. Oh, he's hammering Raska, and Adam Raska did not see the lefts coming, and Petrovic sat him down.
Gaucher was 3 seconds out of the penalty box when that goal was scored. So by all, here's some glove drops in the corner. They're dropping the gloves. Hunter McDonald is going to get in a fight with Brennan Saunier, the former Phantom. Saunier coming back with a couple of lefts. And now another left might have connected with Hunter McDonald. McDonald trying to push him away so he can throw some punches at him. But Saunier wrestled him down.
To his right, it was loose on the ice for a moment, but the Reign able to clear. Now they got a 2-on-1, but it's a fight behind the play. And a save was made, but the play stopped because Luke Rowe is fighting against Devontae Stevens. Luke Rowe's first professional fight. Stevens giving him some rights. Luke Rowe hanging in there. He ducked under a right. Now he's still taking a few shots from Stevens, a much more experienced fighter, but Rowe hanging in there with another right hand shot. And another right-hand shot for Rowe as well. Luke Rowe, a college hockey player, did not play junior hockey, so not a ton of fighting experience. We'll have to talk to him after to see what he did to get ready for this. But now Rowe got the helmet ripped off, and Rowe firing away with the left. Now he gets the right hand free. Luke Rowe is hanging in there. Nice job after taking a few shots early.
Easy hockey, and when I mean easy hockey, the goals aren't making it hard for Bakersfield. They're not playing hard and tough. Need to get a little grittier.
Peter cross-checked in front of the bench, dropping the gloves, coming to the aid is Nathan Gaucher. Him and Josh Brown will go. That's one of the tough customers in this league. Brown, who's in his 4th fight now, just hammering away with rights on Gaucher. And the officials will step in.
Stick right in the face.
Yeah, for sure. A little rough stuff after this. And it is AEW Wrestling Night, and everyone trying to find a partner here. And here goes Legault. He's going after Lewinsky. The helmets are coming off, and Legault keeps throwing. This will be the first fighting major that the Wolves have been involved in this season.
And he'll work that puck free up the left wing. Big body check from Phil Kemp. That's a how do you do? And now we get a fight 24 seconds in. Kemp and Brisebois going at it. As Brisebois stepped up, Kemp will throw an overhand left. They'll go down to the ice. Good morning, children. It's an early fight 25 seconds in.
À la ligne bleue, une ouverture. Le tir de loin! Oh! Dombèche avec un arrêt de la mitaine. Il était couché au sol. Et là, ça brasse devant, jette les gants. Davidson qui engage le combat avec Kozak. Et là, les coups de poing qui pleuvent devant le filet de Dombèche. Oh, et là, Davidson qui parvient à toucher la cible à quelques occasions. Un combat très ouvert entre Jared Davidson et Tyson Kozak. Ça continue entre les deux. Belligérants et les officiels interviennent. Noah Warren runs a man over on the right wall. Down goes Siona. Stays inside the ice, and now Siona, they want a piece of Noah Warren. They'll drop the mitts. Here at neutral ice, Warren throwing some lefts. The rabbit punches, he's got him tied up in the collar. Now trying to come over the top with a right. Siona pushed up along the boards right now, and Warren gets the takedown. Siona back up. They'll be separated by the linesman.
Near side and Madden. Out to the point, Rowe, a long shot, goes wide of the net. And away from in front of the net. Uchaz and Pinelli have dropped the gloves. As the puck came through, they were whacking at each other. You can actually hear the clack of stick on helmet, and Uchaz dropped the gloves and grabbed Pinelli, and they're still going at it in the corner. Uchaz has lost his helmet. Now the linesman coming in and trying to pull them apart as it was a bit of a wrist lock on both sides.
And pumps around the wall, Himo Salami. Knox with his man, and then Stillman is dumped to the ice by Ford. He gets up immediately, sheds the gloves. As Stillman's going to go over the top. Ford has him tangled up. Very tangled up, and now they'll just fall to the ice. The kids are entertained.
Run at by Raska.
Yes, he did.
And Raska comes back at Dries.
Now
and
Dries is challenging him, I think. Yeah, he is.
There
There they go.
goes.
Here we go. Oh, they're both ornery, aren't they?
Well, Dries throws a good right hand and
Oh,
another one.
oh.
And there's an uppercut by Dries. And then a right cross.
Oh.
And coming back, Raska. Boy, Dries handled himself really well.
Yeah, he did.
was not happy with Raska. The far side, a race for it. Damon Hunt would have gotten to it. Now Hunt goes down. Lost an edge there and crashed into Kosa. And that was totally... Now Shine's going to go after him here.
Yep, here we go.
Damon Hunt and Dom Shine. It was totally inadvertent.
Ooh, Shine snuck in a left.
He's a sneaky, tough dude, Dom Shine, as we fans here know. We've seen him long enough. And now they just grab their close quarters and...
Goes DDD for McKinnon. Left wing. Heavy hit by Schmidt on Hardman. And the puck is played into the Crunches zone, and now the gloves are going to drop. It's McKinnon and it's Roman Schmidt. Size advantage for Schmidt at the red line. They come together. Schmidt gets a couple of rights across the side of the face of McKinnon. McKinnon trying to work free. Another couple of rights by Roman Schmidt. Now a right by McKinnon. Another right by McKinnon. They're still taken up right now. A heavy right by Schmidt. A couple of left jabs by McKinnon. Then a right. Schmidt comes back across with another right. Trying for an uppercut there where Schmidt, his right arm is tied up right now. Right across the side of the face by McKinnon. And the linesman will step in.
Cut off a stretch pass at center. He'll get cut off now by Thompson. Those two wrestle with one another along the right side boards, and now they're going to drop the gloves. Tice Thompson against Rivas Ansons. Right in front of the Bridgeport net. Ansons grabs a hold. Now so does Thompson. No punches thrown yet. Scrap that. Ansons gives a couple of right hands. Thompson answers with a pair of his own. Ansons going for those light left-handed jabs. Now throws a big right-handed shot. Whips the helmet off of Thompson's head, and now Anson's feeding Thompson. Thompson responds with several big punches, but falls down in a heap. This crowd on its feet.
Want to give any momentum for the Wranglers. That Silvatori fires it to the net. Rebound sitting there in front, and covering it up was the goaltender Ignatiu. So Russo now up to, and we got a fight. Pardon me, we have a fight. It's Travis Barron going up against a Wrangler player. That's Lucas Siona, and Barron and Siona are exchanging punches. Barron throws a couple of lefts, Siona throwing a couple of rights, and there goes Travis Barron with a couple of nice fists as the refs throw a couple of equipment out of the way, and Siona now gets a couple of big bombs on Travis Barron, and Barron gets one more left hook in, and he dodges the left hook from Siona, gets one more nice punch in. The refs are letting him go here. Big boxing match between Siona and Travis Barron. Barron gets one more left hook in, and they are finally going to be separated. Now Calgary's pushing and shoving a couple of Roadrunners a bit as the play continues here. Duda has to hack and whack a bit into the neutral zone, trying to keep it out of the Roadrunners end. And now Matthew Villalta plays it, and we have another fight. It's Curtis Douglas going up against a Wrangler player, obviously, and that's Tenorti. And Douglas and Tenorti are going to square off. Douglas and Tenorti exchanging punches. Douglas gets a couple of right hooks in, a couple of more right hooks in, right in front of the Calgary bench as they watch their guy get punched multiple times by the 6'9" Curtis Douglas, and he brings down Tenorti.
This is Lucchini. Now it's Schneider up ice. He'll rip one wide to Greaves. On the end wall, hard hit in the corner. That's Kuhlman's taking a rough ride. Now Malatesta's going to fight. Drops the gloves here with Schneider. Big overhand right for Schneider, who's got the reach advantage, but Malatesta, hangs tough, sends his bucket tumbling and takes him down. Finish Finishing with a flourish, it's James Malatesta, and the crowd loves it.
The left point kept in. 40 seconds to go in the period. One-time shot, Clegg. That's knocked down. Loose puck. Whistle stops play as the Hammers try and dig out the rebound. To get a little push again. Now the gloves are dropped. Kozak for the Hammers over the top with the right hand. Boy, just about connected. Pinned up against the Utica player. Comes back with the right hand. And that is Mashul. Then they pin up on the backboards and the linesman will step in.
Garrett Pilon is having a word with Florian Xhekaj as play moved back the other way. Meanwhile, Halliday's got the puck, but behind the play, Donovan Sebrango and Florian Xhekaj are going to square off in neutral ice. And it's the first couple of punches from the man they called Dodge. That's Donovan Sebrango, 6'1", 221. I've got Florian Xhekaj at 6'3", 195. And this is a pretty good tilt between these two. Much to the delight of the 3,500 or so.
Right now. Now the puck back into that. Big hit. Oh, Soderblom. You could see that coming. He just hammered his man into the corner boards, and now Bankier going after Soderblom. As is David Spacek.
I don't.
Yeah, now you got Watson going at it in front of the Iowa net. I'm not sure who that's with.
You know, and Bob, Coach talked about Watson showing the way.
The blue line, here come the Eagles. The pass broken up to Dean out of midair, and then he took a heavy check away from the play. Now Kemp's going to drop the gloves and start going. Kemp and Bradley behind the net. Two guys who went to college in Connecticut. Kemp from Yale, Bradley from UConn. Couple big overhand rights from Bolton. Down to the ice they go. Those punches had bad intentions.
For the rest of this frame. Now he's going to face another chance here right in front of the net, and the Firebirds cap off the touchdown and 2-point conversion, and the Roadrunners don't like it. Gloves are now starting to drop, and I mean, you know, with just about 12 seconds left, for obvious reasons, the Roadrunners didn't like that, and Montana Onyebuchi and a Firebird are scrapping away now. Trying to get the number of the Firebird player, but for sure Onyebuchi is involved in the fight, and looks like he is going up against Ian McKinnon for the Firebirds, and Onyebuchi and McKinnon are gonna end this one out with a nice scrap.
Hill skated out, fans rise to their feet, wall cut out to the blue line, plays it down ice, and gloves are gonna drop, yes! Rollins and Joy and Donovan drop the gloves. They swing it away along the near boards. A frustrating night for Belleville, ending with a fight between Donovan and Rollins. Rollins with a heavy right. A body blow, Rollins trying to get free again. Now the officials are going to separate these two.
He turns it over to Lecision, looking to connect with Sikora, but Gendron stays with it, gets right back, and then Rempe with a big hit against the boards, and here we go! They'll drop the gloves at center ice. It's the captain of the Phantoms, Garrett Wilson, with Matt Rempe. Wilson with a couple of early rights. He's now lost the bucket. Rempe and Wilson keeping each other at an arm's length here in the neutral zone. We'll see if the officials draw in, and they do.
Off the faceoff, good win there. And we've got ourselves a scrap. Aiden McDonough gonna be going at it. He's throwing punches with Reese Johnson. McDonough gets a right hand, trying to get that left hand loose. McDonough throws one in, avoids one, loses the bucket on the second punch there by Johnson. McDonough avoids a hit. Has Johnson in the headlock. Johnson gets a good right there. McDonough returns one. Another haymaker from McDonough. And now Johnson gets that right hand free, and he takes down McDonough. A couple
to those who put it on as well. Rich Sharks PR department is Mick Ward from well out. His shot seen all the way. Glove down by Askarov. Now Vincent came together for a moment with John Stevens. Now he's in the grill of Waters, and the gloves are off. Vincent's going to drop the gloves with Chase Waters. Vincent got the first shot off and popped the helmet off of Waters. Vincent throwing some good shots. Waters answered back for a moment. Those two wrestle down to their knees, and the linesman in between.
Couldn't stop it with his stick, but Johannesson back for it. A little bit of a misplay on the puck initially for Sammy. And then Tucker threw a two-hander into LeBairs behind the net, and a penalty coming. Legare jumps right in and will drop the mitts with Tucker. Those two will go. Legare getting a couple of right hands in early as they drift to the side of the net. Tucker now firing away with some uppercuts on Legare. I like the response from Legare, standing up for his teammate LeBairs, but Tucker held his own. Across the red line and roll it in deep. He'll pursue against Masoul. Into the end boards they go. Masoul took an awkward spill. Bitten wants to go, and he's gonna go with Will McKinnon. Masoul slow to get to his feet. There was no penalty for that, but there's gonna be fighting majors for this as Sam gets a couple right hands in on McKinnon. Bitten with a size advantage on the 6'1" McKinnon. Another right hand connects for Sam. Both underneath and over the top. Sam Bitten gets another uppercut in there. McKinnon hanging tough. Sam still firing away. Trying to give his team a spark. McKinnon now switching to the left hand. Got one punch in on Bitten, but then Sammy comes back with a right hand uppercut, and they both fall to the canvas.
And a save percentage of .948 against Lehigh Valley. He was ridiculous against the Phantoms. Hunt there on the right point, roll around in the left wing corner. Trinier. Phantoms expending a lot of energy chasing the puck in their zone. Gardner and Smallman tied up in front of Cal Peterson. They're about ready to drop him. Here we go. Yes, indeed. Smallman with a right. Gardner takes them down, throw in a right. They touch their knees. They get back up, and they're still going. Smallman swinging wildly. Brett Gardner connects and tackles him down to the ice.
By Gruden. Beck gonna drop the gloves with Gruden. Sparking the crowd. Jonathan Gruden with the fight on the rookie Beck. They're gonna tussle one another down to the ice after a couple of quick punches thrown.
Bird's picked up and carried ahead on the near side to center ice by Schmidt. And he gets tied up, and the puck dumped the other way down ice again. Pouliot back for it. He's bumping in behind the plate, back out in front of the player benches. They got Dunn tying up with Schmidt. Dunn over the top with a right, another right. As Schmidt tries to retaliate, Dunn tying up another right over the top. Here's another one from Dunn. The linesmen are standing there watching. They don't want to get in the middle of all that mess. Dunn over the top again, another one connects. He's gotten 3 or 4 at least. Right-handed hooks in, as now the linesman will step in.
And now he's got the puck right back in, and now the gloves dropping behind the plate. Empey and Aspero, they were chatting earlier, and Empey teeing off on Aspero. Aspero holding him off, now trying to shake his arm loose. Aspero without his helmet. And Empey gets away a left this time. Now Aspero able to turn the tables. Now Empey frees up the right. Couple of swings and misses either way, and then they go down to the ice.
It was for Devontae Stevens. Now tied up on the left wing corner of the Colorado zone. Still under 60 seconds to go as Megna tries to send it ahead. Stolen away. Mason Borelli plays it up off the glass.
There we go.
They're going to fight as Wyatt Ahmet dropping the gloves with Fleming. Fleming lost his helmet. Ahmet spins him around. Trying to free up that right arm. Lands an uppercut to Ahmet. Now a right hand by Fleming and an uppercut. And down they spill to the ice with 50 seconds left here in the first period. Puck comes free and covered up in the paint by Miter with 9:50 left here in the third. Some more shoving going on. There's Devontae Stevens and Mason Gerson getting into it. The linesman will come in, pull everybody apart, and now the gloves will drop. Riley McKay going at it with Devontae Stevens, who lands a right hand. Down to the corner. Stevens trying to spin him around. Frees up the right hand, lands a shot to the body. Now a right hand by McKay. Stevens trying to come over the top. Stevens looking to free up his right hand. He's pushed up against the boards. McKay lands a right. Now a right hand by Stevens. Answer to the right by McKay. And they will lock up, and the linesman will step in. Second fight of the game.
Heavily is Peterson by Connor Mackey. Peterson eventually gets up to clear. Peterson and Mackey now with words. They want to go. And Callan also gets involved, and he is going to go. Drew Callan and Connor Mackey. Mackey, I think, wanted to go with Peterson, but Callan said, I'll step in, what the heck? And Mackey got a couple heavy rights in. Drew certainly the more inexperienced fighter in this battle. Mackey gets a couple of solid rights in on Callan. To McGing. McGing to the middle, fires! McGing's shot is saved by Domingue as he went down in the butterfly and absorbed it. Did not give up a rebound. Now some gatherings after the whistle as Tucker and Fitzgerald both have words. I think Tucker and Fitzgerald are going to get their money's worth for sure. In fact, the gloves are down. Fitzgerald and Tyler Tucker. As Tucker gets his right hand loose and starts bombing away. Fitzgerald, though, with a couple impressive lefts over the top of Tucker. Those two go down to the ice.
In the net by Maggio. Gill given a rough ride on the far wing by Jorian Donovan. Defending Memorial Cup champion with Saginaw last year. And now we'll have a fight against the far side. It's Justin Gill who had Dorian pinned. Gill back and forth right up against the boards on the far side is Dorian Donovan. And Gill will get his helmet knocked off. Stays right there in the thick of it, though, Donovan. Right over the top, misses. First AHL fight here for Justin Gill. Donovan tries to get his left free, now does. Came over the top of the couple, and now he'll wrestle Justin Gill down. He certainly has the height advantage.
Rockford back into the aerial zone, and pass cut off by Isaac Phillips through the slot area, and a cover up here for Krona. Meanwhile, fight back near center between Baddock and for the Admirals, Kyle Marino. Couple of right-hand hooks. Another right-hand hook by Marino. He's got a good hold of the collar of the jersey of Baddock. Goes back in with the uppercut. And now a right hand from Baddock. And now knocking down Baddock did Marino. He's currently on top. Helmet off. Both get separated.
Opportunity in on the Firebirds. Have a chance to get it out. Off the back skate of Hinman. And poked out to center as a big hit. Sends down Billy Otavainen, and we'll have a fight. Yanni Newman and Curtis McKenzie. Newman couldn't get his footing, ends up falling on top of McKenzie. Quickly broken up by the linesman. Good to see Yanni Newman step up against a very veteran player.
Sends it up the near side and out to center. Cilio onto it, and we'll bank that down into the Moose end, and we've got the whistle blowing as the gloves are going to drop, and Mason Shaw and Clark Bishop getting themselves ready for a tangle. They'll come to the Calgary blue line. Still no engagement. Now they'll lock horns. Bishop tries over the top. He's got a hold of Shaw's collar, trying to free himself up. Nobody's been able to really loosen up. Now Bishop goes over the top, but no connection. Shaw with a body shot. Tries one again, but both skaters keeping themselves strung out. Attempted uppercut from Bishop. Still nobody able to free it up. Now they'll loosen up. Shaw gets one in. Bishop comes over the top. And they'll wrestle to the ice.
As well as he adds now to his 16 total points on the year for Springfield. A little bit of a jaw dropper here. They're going to drop the gloves. That's Sweezy going at it. That's Reese Newkirk, the former Islander. Sweezy throws a right hand. He drops him down. Well, that took no time whatsoever.
Awfully cool to go through that situation, and he'll be seeing his wife shortly as they go to the East Coast.
We got a fight, Billy, out at center. The middleweights, Cini and Ty Smith, and Ty Smith with the takedown.
We've seen Cini before in years past be very physical at times and fight, and look pretty good in fights, actually.
Cleared out to center. Robertson comes down the left wing, gets a shoulder up high, but he pops right back to his feet. Good to see. And now a fight in the corner. David Goyette dropping the gloves with Chris Setoff. And Goyette gets a couple of good rights on Setoff as they continue to throw. Goyette's helmet's off. Him and Setoff continue to throw punches against the boards inside the Henderson defensive zone. Goyen, a good response to his line mate getting hit.
And drawn out to center ice, but behind the play, we got the gloves dropped. As now it's is that Yops up against Perrant. Two of the bigger boys on the ice going at each other as they turn around and go down to a knee. The linesman will step in. As they tie up on the sideboards, we're just past the halfway point of the third, and the puck tipped out over the line. Hammers dump it back in, but still in the zone offside is Warren, and he gets a shot from behind. We have a little discussion going on and some pushing and shoving. 9:42 to go in the third. It's a 3-1 Rochester lead. Hold on here, the gloves are dropped. Now we've got Warren tying up with, looks like Masul. And no, it's not. It's LaBerge, of course, but LaBerge, the tough guy, over the top with a right hand. There's Warren, comes back, puts LaBerge on his knees, and gets back up, and the linesman will step in.
Ooh, hard hit on the far side. Beasted shaking up. Hull's going after the perpetrator. Gloves are off. Here we go. Beasted on his knees. Hard hit by Caulfield on the far side. Donovan Hull over to his aid. Caulfield getting the best of Hull so far with a couple of rights over the top. Now Hull answers back with a right. Hull now an uppercut. Hull starting to find his stride, and then Caulfield with a straight right puts Donovan Hull down to the ice. And those two with a couple of pats and respect.
Face off to the right now of Magnus Hellberg. Firebirds pretty much the first time in this game in the offensive zone. And we're going to have a fight. Curtis McKenzie and John Hayden drop the gloves at center ice. Two very veteran players. Hayden trying to get his footing on McKenzie. Misses with an overhand right. They grapple a bit. Couple of overhand rights for McKenzie. Hayden gets a couple of back down, and McKenzie goes to his knees. So John Hayden trying to get his team fired up.
His first career goal, he fired it into traffic and struck the iron. And then Rempe, a big hit, and Felix immediately drops his gloves and hammers him with a right. They'll get tangled up in the corner. There was a penalty coming immediately on Rempe. You gotta wonder if Felix is gonna get an instigator as now Rempe gets the right hand free and starts firing away on Felix, who's hanging on for dear life. And now the officials are gonna get in there and break it up. There's a boarding call coming against Rempe. No doubt about that, the initial call.
The play, there's an Islander hurt as the play goes offside at the T-Bird line in center ice now. Helgeson and Peterson gonna square off toe-to-toe. Dylan Peterson getting some right hands in on the veteran of now over 1,000 penalty minutes as a pro. Helgeson with a couple right hands, but Peterson now hammering over the top, right over top of the T-Bird bench door.
Ends of the ice as well. Learning how to defend at a professional level and how to be offensive at a professional level. And wow, as Alex Gallant and Curtis Douglas, by the way, 6'9". He is an absolute giant. And for Alex Gallant, he does not shy away from anything as they both get those arms free, and they are chucking some bombs. Douglas and Gallant now tussling, doing a bit of a dance. Who will get another arm free? Douglas trying to shake it off. They're locked up at the elbows. And here come the linesmen trying to break it up, but for Alex Gallant, 5'11" versus.
The call's in. Chipped out ahead to center ice as Caulfield run over, hit hard and down to the ice. He'll tumble, and they're going to drop the gloves as he'll go. Nathan Gaucher is going to come and take on Addard, and some laughs from Addard. And he's a little shaken up. Cut on his right hand, and we're going to quickly, I don't know if he got a skate or so it happened, but we know how quickly this sport moves when anything kind of cut comes on. You can see the blood trickling all the way around the ice.
There, and he didn't get all of it. As Ansons and Mackey run into each other, and it's Mackey who tumbles down to the ice. You can hear that off our crowd mic. McConnell Barker.
They're going to go here.
And here we go. Ansons and Mackey in the Wolfpack zone. standing at an arm's length from each other, waiting as the glass of shattering of Stone Cold's entrance music plays. Mackey a right, Anson's a right. Mackey a couple of jabs. Another right from Mackey, connects with one on Anson's. Mackey, an uppercut. Anson's with a good connection of his own. Mackey, another right. Anson's connects with a big right. Good tilt here between these two. Mackey and Anson's now trading blows. Mackey hammering away on Anson's, who then hauls down Mackey. A great tilt between Anson's and Mackey.
Did not. Out to center. Oh, big, bad blindside hit. Allard is going to pay for that as McCown went down and McHugh steps up. Overhand right for McHugh. Takes a right from Allard. Allard trying to get to him, but the armbar going for Max McHugh. Dodging a few punches. Allard tries the uppercut. McHugh over the top. Allard connects with the right. And now a left as McHugh goes underneath and delivers. Now over the top. He's switching hands right to left. Now he's got the left armbar going. Big overhand right goes missing for McHugh. As now the linesmen break it up.
Through the corner, John Stevens up his wing. Battling for it. Picked up by Megna. And he ran at Chase Waters, and he's going to get a penalty for that. And now Magna's hurt. And now we're going to have a fight. It is Felleber and Waters dropping the gloves. Felleber didn't like Waters taking down the captain Magna. And now those two go crashing into the ice as Felleber lost his helmet. Now Magna needs some medical attention. He's on one knee. Looked like Waters made contact knee on knee.
To repossess the puck. Right in front as Ian LePerriere watches on from the Phantoms bench. Loose puck battle along the boards. Finally dug free by the home team. And Krisky back in his own territory will back pedal. Krisky waits now to have a fight at center. Bolton is jumping Saunier. Saunier has jumped at center and covering his face here as Bolton just jumped Saunier.
Cagnoni now will go D-to-D for Frisch. Up the near side for Robbins. Pirouettes the puck down the wall. Now we're going to get a scrap. Van Roboys is going to drop the gloves here with Tucker Robertson. So Van Roboys and Robertson will engage here. Van Roboys keeping him at an arm's length. Both guys holding on here. Van Roboys over the top with a couple of short right jabs. Robertson with an answer. Van Roboys dropped to a knee, back to his feet. Both players still wrestling and holding on. And now an uppercut by Van Roboys. Helmet jarred off of Robertson. Crowd loves it. And the jersey pulled over Robertson as well as the two tumble down to the ice. So two. Altercation continues. McKinnon wants a piece of Sabourin, and McKinnon's going to basically hit the eject button before Sabourin had a chance to get his gloves off. And here we go. So McKinnon didn't like the hit. He gave Sabourin no chance to answer the bell. Those two are going to wrestle down to the ice as Sabourin's helmet is pushed off. I don't think Sabourin's going to like that too much, and I don't blame him.
Saved by Phoenix Copley. And another look in front that's stopped by Copley and covered up. The Condors have been the better team in the first 3 minutes, and now we've got a fight after the play. Jaden Grube and Luke Rowe mixing it up on the backboards. The officials are getting in the middle of this because it started after the whistle blew. Now you have two willing...
Second of the season. Helpers from Adam Klapka and Sam Morton. And we're gonna get a fight early in this one. 20 versus 20. Why not? Alex Gallant always looking for a dance partner. And tonight it's Tyson Empey in his first season with the Moose, looking to make an impression as Alex gets his hand free, but Empey laying a couple in. And they're dancing. Oh goodness, a couple of bombs there by Empey, but Gallant able to just fight it off, and they'll get separated.
Carlisle. Tyler Boucher in behind the net, tries to spin it back out front, and Bongiovanni was knocked over in front of the net. And now Declan Carlisle's got his mitts off. Bonjo got his off late. He's going to eat a couple punches as they get back to their feet. Bonjo gives up a fair amount of size to Carlisle. And I'm not really sure, Brock, what led to that in front of the net. The linesman will jump in.
Out. Chris Terry injured And now standing up for his teammate Tyce Thompson grabs a hold of Patrick Brown. They'll fight right on top of the center ice logo. Thompson and Brown still tied up, trying to get their rights free. Thompson has already lost his helmet, now gets his right free, throws one little shot, comes over the top, misses. Brown ties up Thompson. They hug it out. The officials let him go, giving him a fair shot here. And they're exhausted now. They both agree just to end it.
Charlotte has turned this game on its head. But now the Penguins might get a jolt from Boko Imama. Carrick swinging away on Imama. They both fall down. Carrick was trying to swing that elbow pad off. Couldn't get it free, but they both take a tumble. For Wilkes-Barre Scranton. Puck swatted in by Charlotte. Klerman tries to handle it, gets tied up. Meanwhile, we've got a fight here. Giles going back to center ice with Dan Renouf. Renouf grabs a hold and quickly delivers a right hand. Renouf keeps swinging away. Giles answers with a right of his own. Renouf with a short punch on the left, grabbing onto the jersey. Ducks down. Giles trying to connect, can't do so. Renouf, another right hand. Giles, another right. They're going back and forth. Renouf tries to rip the helmet off his head. That bucket stays in place, so Renouf will wrestle Giles down to the ice. They're in a hurry, but the veteran goalie keeps that puck out of harm's way. Imama onside for Wilkes-Barre Scranton as Gruden and Couillard tie up behind the action. Johnstone had the puck in front, but the whistle blew as Gruden and Couillard are going to drop the gloves. Gruden just churns his legs and almost pushes a Couillard all the way back to the Penguin zone. Sled drill there by Gruden, and a Couillard couldn't keep up.
Former UMass Lowell Riverhawk up to the blue line. Engstrom hammered down to the ice by Hemelash. Loose puck picked up by Belzile. And now Hemelash has Condotta right on him. That has got to be an instigator. And Hemelash hanging in there with a couple of rights. Condotta and Hemelash firing away. Condotta, big right hand. Hemelash stumbling. He stays up on his feet. They're tangled up now. A bit of a wrestling match. And finally getting in there, the officials.
Options. We're going to have a fight. Brandon Saunier is going to go. Saunier has fought 4 times this season. He fights Riley Bizzo, 6'0", 188. Saunier not afraid to throw lefty, 6'0", 170. Bizzo up over the top of the one. Saunier gets the tackle and takedown. Couple quick short blasts from each willing partner. And Brandon Saunier in his 5th fight of the season.
Far as the red line, Colin Felix quickly D to D as the Ice Hogs want a quick re-entry, and we got a fight here at center. It's Colin Felix and Bradley Merrick who dropped them right at the center logo. Both righties sizing each other up. Felix's 2nd fight in 10 days. Felix trying to get his right hand free, takes a couple of lefts from Merrick. Felix went down, then pops right back up, got the helmet off of Merrick. Felix trying to go up over top. The linespeople intervene. It's a laundry sale at center as both guys had dropped the sticks, dropped the gloves.
Save by Hojeev. And then Capobianco took a hard hit over on the far boards. And Becker wants to go as Becker's going to stick up for Capobianco and dodged one big swing from Hausinger, the player that hit Capobianco. Hausinger did not play last night. He's back in the lineup tonight, and he and Becker are tangled up right now in front of the Chicago bench. But Becker trying to get his hands free, and he's going to end up taking Hausinger to the ice.
Down, Bailey trying to beat out an icing. We got a fight back behind the play. Yampson and Robbins. Yampson and Robbins drop the gloves, and that'll be a very short-lived fight.
Dumped in from center, and they separate. They will play hockey. Turcotte gets in on the forecheck. Marino goes right after him. And we're going to get our first scrap here as Turcotte lands a couple. Marino throws it right, and they tumble to the ice. So a check right off the draw. Rough stuff in front of the Wolves bench. That's what we're going to get a fight here as Wagner and Wall have dropped the mitts at the Jewel Osco. And they each land a couple rights, and Wagner gets the win with the takedown.
Feeds Clayton right circle, drops it back, and we'll have a fight behind the play. Here's Butler and Legare. This was foretold at the end of the first period as they latch together at center. Butler with a quick left in there. Now an overhand right. Measuring one another. Couple of stinging overhand rights from Butler. He's got the reach advantage. He's punching right downhill. Now a stinging uppercut. The helmet's off Legare, and Butler wraps him up. He's got the decision, and now the linesmen mercifully step in to save Legare. Face-off controlled. Monsters ahead. Oh, hard hit at center there. Miss Ewell caught Butler leaning, and Cam's not going to like that. Comes over to talk to Miss Ewell. Gloves get dropped. And it's not Butler fighting here, but Joseph Labate, and he's trading big roundhouse rights with Miss Ewell against the glass in front of the penalty boxes. Labate going for the takedown, hard right cross from Miss Ewell. Now uppercut over the top, uppercut combo, and then Labate takes a couple of rights as Miss Ewell finishes with the takedown. And this one's still going on. Miss Ewell won't quit. And now finally the two are separated. It was Miss Ewell's hit on Butler. And now Butler says, hey, I'll go second time with you. And Fix Wolanski tries to reel in Butler as Miss Ewell will be sent to the dressing room, as will Labate. And now we're going to have another fight. McHugh drops the gloves with Hallinan. Hallinan's lost his helmet right away, this way after the play. And now McHugh with an overhand right stings Hallinan left side of his head. Another overhand stinger from Max McHugh as he's pushing Hallinan in the official semicircle here. Up against the glass, Hallinan recovers. Got the armbar going, but not much more. Switching hands, right cross McHugh. Overhand right McHugh. Hallinan hanging tough. McHugh even tougher. Hallinan misses an overhand, and the fight concludes.
Slides one across. Providence Bruins working into the Phantom Zone. Max Jones barreled into by Garrett Wilson, leaning on him. Baranacci had him in the corner. One of the Wilson dropping the gloves with Viel, and here we go. It escalated in the corner, and Garrett Wilson said, yeah, I'll party, let's go. Jeffrey Viel is kind of tangled up and going underneath here, and Garrett Wilson just wants to get him free so he can throw some punches. Well, this is kind of a cheapo way to get out of it if you agree to fight. And so Garrett Wilson trying to lift his left arm off. Are you going to fight or not? Garrett Wilson tries to swing, comes around from behind him. Now Garrett Wilson getting a punch in on his helmet, gets his helmet off. Now Garrett got the right free, and he's able to throw, and he connects a couple times and takes him down.
And picked up along the left wing half wall by Wright. A shot in. Lindbaum a save. And he'll hang on for the whistle in the Henderson zone. Now we're going to get a fight away from the play. Alex Kanek-Liebert's going to drop the mitts here with Riley McKay out at center ice. Kanek-Liebert and McKay are exchanging right hands. Big rights from McKay and Kanek-Liebert. It's Rock'em Sock'em Robots at center ice, and the linesman will step in. Over the week. Dropped off the presence yesterday at the Crystal Palace. Big check in the neutral zone as Perreault got upended. Now we're going to get a fight out at center ice. Noah Philp stepped in. He's going to go with Mason Gertzen here. Philp steps in for the spilled Perreault, and he's throwing rights overhand. Uppercut from Philp. Gertzen answers back. Big overhand right from Philp. This is a good tilt at center ice. Then Gertzen gets the better of it at the end of it as he throws over the top. And that will bring an end to
vers Pilon. Il est encore frappé solidement. C'est Toc derrière le filet qui l'a frappé d'aplomb. Et ensuite, la bagarre qui éclate. Sebrango et Toc. Sebrango, tout de suite, est allé rejoindre Luke Toc. Et les deux là, qui vont crouler au sol. Sebrango qui y va de quelques coups de poing alors que Toc avait les deux genoux au sol et les officiels interviennent.
Évidemment, ça fait 2 fois que le capitaine décide à...
Donovan a été bloqué. Barry-Boulet a cassé son bâton. Quel plaquage de la part de McEwen. La bagarre s'engage tout de suite. C'est comme de temps qui se jette sur McEwen. Et va faire crouler l'adversaire au sol. McEwen qui a frappé Engstrom. Et le capitaine tout de suite est venu engager le combat.
For that frustration on the ice, they have to stay composed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who took the first penalty there. It might have been Belzile, and of course he had that shot right afterwards. And you know, when it's someone like Potstra that you're going to hit, who's of course trying to go for history here with goals in 8 straight, Masti's going to take exception to that, and the officials quickly got in there to prevent it from spilling over into anything more. But you still got over half of regulation time left in this game to play.
It looks like the initial penalty was coming against the Wolfpack.
It's going to be an unassisted goal from John Leonard as we have ourselves a scrum. And we've got ourselves a full-blown fight. It's going to be Travis Mitchell and Josh Davies down in the right wing corner. As the guys start to uppercut, they've got each other in a headlock. A helmet comes off. Davies is taken down, and that's when our linesman will step in. And we'll get the horn, so to speak. 10.
As Martel became the 13th Wolves player in 31 seasons.
There's a CD collision. We might have a little.
Yeah, we're going to fight. Pavlichev and Johnson drop the mitts, and they size each other up. Didn't have this one on the scorecard. And Pavlichev using the long range. He stands tall, and he gets the takedown. The 6'7", 220-pounder gets the win on home ice.
And the Condors have a 1-0 lead on the road here in San Jose. Sabourin absolutely hammers his man. Here we go. Canik Liepert and Scott Sabourin are going to drop him. Sabourin with a couple of lefts right off the bat. Canik Liepert with a size disadvantage. Those two twist to the ice. Canik Liepert gets a shot off. And Sabourin just throwing heavy lefts over the top. Sabourin certainly with the reach and size advantage on Canik Liepert. And Sabourin just feeding him now with the linesman trying to separate those two. So
They've had a lot of success, so Marco Sturm hasn't been changing too much in the lineup. Sent in by Coachella again. And now we got a fight here. Jacob Doty has dropped the gloves. He was upset yesterday, and Ian McKinnon has obliged. Doty and McKinnon know each other pretty well, but trading punches here in the rain end. Doty with a right. McKinnon swung and missed with his right. Doty got another big right over the top. McKinnon hit him with one. Now they're in the corner. Doty trying to get that right hand free for some more. Now a left hand shot. Doty trying to come over the top with the right. Doty gets knocked over by McKinnon.
Zone centrale, les mêmes jusqu'en territoire de Springfield. Il y a un combat qui éclate entre Jacky et Bitton. 2 fois. Il a des gauches, des droites. Plusieurs droites dans le cas de Bitton. Un gros client là, pour Jacky qui répond à l'appel, répond présent. Quel combat ici à la Place Belle.
Jacky a perdu son casque sur la séquence.
Et là, un vétéran Bitton. Et Jacky, là, très solide, de bonne droite autour de Bitton de perdre son casque. Un très long, furieux combat ici à la Place Belle. Bitton, encore, les deux. Jacky. Et une dernière droite qui a fait mal. Et Bitton qui regarde vers...
Out. Now down that far wall, and we've got a fight. Adam Klapka dropping the gloves with Mason Gertzen as they size themselves out right now. Who will move first? Okay, Adam Klapka, we know his size, 6'8", 235 pounds. Mason Gertzen, he's a big boy too, comes from Drayton Valley, Alberta, 6'4", 231 pounds. No punches exchanged yet. Little shadow boxing to get us going, and now the knuckles coming out. Adam Klapka falls to the ice first. Can he recover? No, Gertzen laying out. And now Klapka returns. Klapka trying to get that right arm free. He does. Oh, the fists are flying for both of these men. Wow.
Heavyweight tilt there to kick this game off. Jump into the play.
Right off the draw, Martin Ferk shoots. Celia backhand. And right in on the post is Lindblom, who's now behind his net. And now we will get whistles and some Merry Christmas, how do you do, with 0.2 seconds left in period number 1.
Here we go, Dryden Hunt with a fight in the left part of the... Or Celia,
Celia. Oh, goodness. I didn't expect to see this for the NCAA product as he gets that hand free. Is that Kai Uchaz? Trying to see the other number there, if that's a 77 or not. Yep, and Uchaz with the takedown. And I know he's got a big contingent of fans here.
And Dylan Anhorn steps around one man before flipping it out of the zone. Onto it is Lambert. Into the zone for Lucius, but the gloves will drop behind the play as Brandon Bannock and Tyrell Bauer will engage in a heavyweight tilt. They're tangled up for now right over center ice. Covering lots of distance. Both get a hand free. Now Bauer will start swinging away. Bannock coming in with a right. They'll tangle up again. Paddock has a hold of the jersey tightly. Frees up the right hand. Bauer comes over the top, a couple of hits on the helmet. Now starting to loosen up and tee off is Tyrell Bauer. Wanted to try and strip that helmet free as he goes for a body shot, then comes back over the top once more.
Number 37, the physical forward in his 4th game. Todd Nelson just talking about how respected he is out there. And here we go, Imama and Smith. 2 guys that know how to throw them. Imama 6'1", 220, firing right. Smith's lost his helmet. He's 6'2", 205. His first fight is a Bear. Done a lot of this. 7 fights last year with the Colorado Eagles. Up over top. Imama some short last. Smith with a big blow. Those 2 exchanging haymakers. That connected right on the button from Dalton Smith. Imama still with his helmet on, and the linesman will separate him.
Il s'amène le tir bloqué par Hughes. Et pas de retour. Beck ensuite est bousculé. Duke et Beck qui s'adressent des reproches et on va y aller. Est-ce qu'il y aura combat? Oui. La bagarre éclate. Owen Beck et Dylan Duke qui jettent les gants. C'est une première pour Beck. Et Beck est fort physiquement. On s'échange quelques bons coups là, tout près de la rampe. Et Duke ne s'en laisse pas imposer. Quelques bons coups là, de la part de Duke qui va faire crouler au sol Owen Beck. En avantage au pugiliste du crunch là-dessus qui a porté les meilleurs coups.
Savoie right side, Savoie's in and a shoulder save from Volstead. And then Savoie knocks down Juracek down below the goal line. And a penalty coming up. I think this is going to go against Juracek. And then those 2 tangle up behind the net. Juracek's got the gloves up. Savoie's got him off as well. Oh! He finished him in behind the net. Savoie just took down David Juracek behind the wild net with a jump punch.
First action against the Gulls, his old club, as Nesterenko's run over by Hicketts. We're going to drop the gloves here. Somebody can come to step up. Caulfield will step in and drop him after the hit from Joe Hicketts on Nesterenko. To the left wing circle, they twirl around. Caulfield's got a little bit of reach, a little bit more size into it in terms of height. They spin around along the goal line. Hicketts throws a heavy shot, but misses and spins out of control. Down he goes. The takedown will belong to Judd Caulfield.
Down to the ice and still almost got clipped as he kind of pinwheeled himself in the neutral zone. Now we're going to get a fight the other way. No, the gloves are off, as I think it's Connor Carrick going to go with Hedman here. Hedman grabbed Carrick and away we go. Back in the Condors defensive end. Carrick with a quick right, his helmet pops off. Carrick trying to grab Hedman's helmet. Carrick another stiff right. Hedman holding on here as Carrick and trying to come back across. Hedman wanted this one after Carrick's hit on Brouillard, and then Carrick will just let Hedman take the bloody nose and move on with his evening.
Possession-wise and territorially, this game has swung in a massive way towards the visitors here. Here's Yaroslav Hemilosh cutting in, trying to cut to the goal, and as the scoring chance happens, at the other end, we got a heavyweight tilt. It's Viel and Harper. They both grasp each other. Harper the first 2 rights, now a 3rd right. Viel counters with 2 of his own. They're swinging away at center, Harper. Now tangled up a bit. Linesmen are lurking. Each fires a right, another good one from Viel. Riel an uppercut. Now over the top comes Harper. Harper's bucket comes off. Now they're firing away. Over the top, Viel with a right, and now they're going to get in and break it up. Good tilt between Viel and Harper.
You know, the phrase sink or swim, it feels like it's a little premature to use it at this point, but given how it's been on the road so far, 4 games against division opponents, we're going to fight here.
Here we go again. This time it's Sweezy and Robrick. They flung those gloves off quickly. They're tied up. And now Sweezy with a couple of rights. That's got Robrick pinned against the boards, and then Sweezy wrestles him down with 1:44 to go.
His pass to Butler, bounced off his skates at center, and he'll track it down as LeBate now hammers into the offensive zone, and now Butler and Watson look like they're going to fight, and they'll drop the gloves. They latch together at center, And the crowd delighted. Overhand right for Butler, and he's got the reach advantage as he keeps Watson's right-handed bay. Helmet comes off for Butler, going for the takedown already. They tumble, and Cam Butler ends up on top. It'll go to the scorecards, but a good early bout there. Is now fired wide by Soderblom. Oh, Sillinger back to challenge him. Elbow from Soderblom sends Sillinger to the ice. They're still going after each other, and now Clayton comes in. LeBate's going to drop the gloves with Soderblom. Couple of quick rights from Soderblom. LeBate down to a knee. Soderblom likewise. The linesmen step in there.
Goal deficit for the Wild. They move back in. Marek charged in behind the net, and he was checked off the puck, but the Wild still work free. In the corner, Marek has it back, spins below the net, trying to come back to the near side. He was sealed off there. Phillips gets a hit in the wall behind the play, and there's going to be a penalty and a fight. It's Phillips and Hayne throwing punches. Hayne getting some rights free, and they both go down. Phillips never really got a punch away, as he took exception to the hit by Hayne, and then he wanted to go immediately.
Here's Ryder Ralston. Chippy to the head. Hit check by Pavlichev. Marino's going to come right over. We got three Admirals surrounding Pavlichev. And now everyone's going to come into this. Pavlichev gets the takedown of O'Leary. Now Marino trying to go after Montgomery. And if the Wolves don't come out of a power play out of this, there's no justice.
Here's Becker, able to start it ahead for Semenov. Played into the middle, but intercepted by Janssen Fjallby, and then Semenov got rocked again. And now the gloves are going to drop as Bauer and Petrovic are going to go. Believe there's a penalty coming to the Moose on the play with Bauer hitting Semenov. Neither Petrovic or Bauer can lose up. Now Bauer gets free and starts to tee off. Petrovic gives them one back as now they'll start to loosen up a little bit. Petrovic coming over the top, Bauer avoiding. And now Bauer on course. Don't know if he got necessarily a piece of Petrovic there. Now Bauer over top as these two big men will tee off. Petrovic gets a hand loose. Bauer loses his helmet trying to get Petrovic's off. Bauer swinging around, getting a couple to the back of the head of Petrovic. Deep into this tilts. Petrovic and Bauer not willing to give an inch. And now Bauer gets a left away, and that connects. They're still going down in the corner. And finally, they'll go down to the ice.
Rasmus one knocking him down. Emil under with his feet moving it in across the line. Oh, Gendron got blasted by Sorda. Penalty coming up. It is blowing up now. Gaucher will go to town on Sorda, and they drop the gloves in the corner. And Jacob Gaucher throwing in punches. Sorda trying to defend himself. Gaucher and Sorda really awkwardly grabbing and wrestling around, and the linesman aside, that'll be enough, and they will take them apart. Here we go. Oh, Gendron just got tackled to the Charlotte bench, and they are wailing on him at the Charlotte bench, and a cheap shot from a Charlotte player in there, and that is Josh Davies. And Gendron wants to get back at him, and the linesmen are holding him apart. I mean, that's the two smallest guys on each side, pretty much. Gendron 5'10", Davies 5'9".
Into the Hartford zone. Peterson in pursuit. Harper trying to run him off course. McGing to the loose puck, trying to feed the point, but it'll pull Kessel to the neutral zone. And now behind the play, a scrap. Ben Harper and Dylan Peterson had each other's number lined up, and they're ready to drop him. Harper with a definitive size advantage at 6'6". Peterson at 6'4", we know certainly is not afraid to do this. Harper a couple of rabid right hands. Peterson trying to get his right hand free, got one in there, but Harper really swinging away right now. Peterson a wild over the top right, misses. Harper in tight with Peterson now. Dylan staying in it against the veteran, and either man really able to land the knockdown punch as they've had enough as linesmen Matt Heinen and Steven Drake.
Watson left wall. Walks it out high with the final seconds, ticking off the penalty. Soderblom left circle, fires, great save by Greaves. Got it with the right toe as Soderblom tried to go low stick. High percentage look there. And the Monsters are 1 for 1. And now a fight in the corner as it's McHugh dropping the gloves with Austin Watson here. Watson's got him against the wall. And a couple of hard rights from Watson. But McHugh standing tall in there. Now the helmet's off. Watson coming over the top. McHugh trying to get the left hand loose. Oh, an uppercut from Watson. Then he goes over the top, a right cross. And he's still hammering away, but this one's over. Austin Watson.
Spot check into the Iowa zone near circle with Jack Peartle. And now the gloves have dropped at center. Turner, Ottenbright, and Bradley Merrick are going to throw hands. Middle of the Milwaukee line. Ottenbright grabs a hold. They grab hold of one another. Ottenbright throws a right. Merrick comes back with one. They're swinging rights. Ottenbright tosses over the top. Merrick's helmet pops off. Ottenbright lands a couple more. Now they hug, and they'll be separated here at 10:48.
It down into the star zone. Lind and Douglas get twisted up, and then Lind takes a shot up high, and I think a penalty's coming on Hunter Drew, and then he ripped Lind's helmet off with the blade of his stick. The Stars were going to get a power play anyway. It was Douglas and Lind, and Douglas wants to fight. He's going to go with Kyle Loft. Loft will answer the bell against the 6'8", more experienced Douglas. So this is a tough one for Loft to take. Douglas kind of drags him around like a rag doll at first. The officials let him go here. Douglas gets a right in. Loft tries to come across with the right. Douglas swings a couple big rights over the top. They got to put an end to this here. Loft is standing in, but he has taken a couple big ones, and oh, then a gut punch by Douglas. So let's just keep this going, shall we? My goodness.
Passé par ce plaquage de Gustave Lindström. Il y aura bagarre. William Trudeau et Chase Waters au centre de la glace engagent le combat. Et Trudeau qui va tout de suite renverser Waters sur la patinoire. Waters a chuté et Trudeau est en mesure de le toucher avec une bonne droite.
Ouais. Les fêtes.
En fait, j'ai dit tantôt 4 salcons. Je pense qu'on en est à 6 de suite chez le Rocket présentement.
Il me semble que oui.
Ouais.
J'ai à bien y passer.
Le début de bousculade après le sifflet. Friedman qui aimerait bien engager le combat là, avec Davidson et Arsenault est prêt à répondre, lui. On est prêt à y aller. Davidson y va face à Friedman.
Ouais, Arsenault n'est pas content.
La bagarre éclate, on s'étudie. Et Davidson a accepté l'invitation. On fait contact. Et Davidson est capable de se défendre. Alors là, laissons-le voir contre un vétéran, Mark Friedman. Et on s'échange quelques bons coups. Les deux joueurs ont perdu leur casque. C'est l'épreuve de force et Friedman qui va renverser Jared Davidson au sol.
Fortier, then Fortier held him up. And a power play coming for the Phantoms. Hunts look like they're stuck in mud right now. And now we've got gloves dropped behind the play. It's Kessie who drops it for the crunch, and he's landed a couple of heavy blows on Bolton. Kessie with a big right, then a left. Bolton comes back with a right and a left. A helmet pops off. And the officials try to jump in, then a big right by Bolton as they step back away. Kessie again, a right, a body shot by Bolton. They wrestle toward the corner boards. The linesman thinking about it. Now they will step in.
But inadvertently clears it down the ice. Brodeur will leave it. And Osipov will take command of it. We have a fight coming up. Daniel Masur's going here. Oh, throw right hand, a big one. Hodgson takes it now. Hodgson trying to give him right back. Masur, the right arm's free. Takes one, two, lefts. He's taking lefts. He's still taking them. Trying to get his arm free through his sweater. And the linesman coming to break it up.
Nothing, and all he can do is look up to the rafters. Puck goes in behind the net. We're going to get a fight here. Hunter Drew and Jack Becker. Drew connected on one early in the fight. Becker now back to his feet again, trying to just respond, but Drew got one good one in. Now tries an uppercut. Becker trying to protect himself in the Tucson zone. Becker lands a couple of jabs to the body, and now his helmet comes off as Drew will come over the top with one. The linesmen begin to creep in. Drew tried an uppercut, and that'll put an end to the fight, but that one kind of developed quickly.
Dump it in, back into the Coachella zone. We had a player for Ontario get hit, Chromiak, who's down. Wanted a call, nothing coming on Coachella Valley. And now we got a fight. Taylor Ward has dropped the gloves with John Hayden. And Hayden took Ward down. A very short-lived fight with 7:34 to play in the third period.
Glass by Sikora. Puck comes free. A decision lost it. As Gat comes stripped it out to center, and then a big hit in the neutral zone as New Power is rocked by Hamelish. Bardreau stands in, and he'll start throwing punches. Hamelish and Bardreau back and forth in the neutral zone. Bardreau sticking up for New Power, who got rocked on an open ice hit. Hamelish takes the jersey of Bardreau up over his head. Bardreau falls to the ice, and the linesmen separate those two.
Centerman Philangaras into the near corner, shoulder to shoulder with Scott Walford. They announced the goal by way of Mike Hartman with his 10th goal. Fight coming. Here's Nolan Foot going. Foot with right hands against Crozier. Crozier with the right hand. They're still going. Oh, Foot with some lefts now and some rights. Crozier gives it back. Foot once and twice. They're still going. I don't know how, but they are. And they go down. Oh, baby.
I will chase after it. Raska shoots one to the net. Saved by Klang. They crash on the San Diego goaltender. That'll draw a crowd. Raska pushing and shoving. He's mixed up. Evacuating his Klang. And here's the tie-up. Petrie and Raska both lose their helmets, and Raska continues to throw punches as the gloves are now off, and Petrie finds himself in his first AHL fight on this time, trying to throw some rights here, spun around. Raska continues to deliver as Raska has him in a headlock, and down to the ice they go.
And that's, I do not understand that.
Unless they're saying, hey, oh, now we got a fight out at center ice.
Joe Didier has dropped the gloves with Tyson Empey. Couple of big boys.
Yeah. Whoa!
And Didier tried to throw a right, missed and went down.
Well, Joe did a great job with the left hand, holding off the right hand of his opponent there. But
Pilon and back to Bonjo. He's over the line. Bongiovanni's in by himself, and he's stopped. And now we've got Jonathan Gruden and Garrett Pilon with mitts off in front of the penalty boxes. And the Belleville captain is going to take the former Senators pick down, much to the delight of the crowd here. Boko and Hodgson will not drop them yet. We'll see if that develops. Here they go again in front of the penalty boxes. And Boko had the mitts off quick. And Hodgson's going to answer back as well. We saw that left hand get loose in Utica the other day, and it does again. Hodgson holding his own here against Imama. This is a heavyweight tilt. And both of these guys just chucking them. And Hodgson gets the takedown. And again, to the delight of the Sens faithful. Wilkes-Barre Scranton will make their changes as Hodgson comes to center. He squeezes by a check, but back behind the play, we've got Mark Johnstone for the Penguins. And Donovan Sabrango for Belleville. And Sabrango and Johnstone are wrapped up. Down they go.
Maybe their 31st coming up right now. Rathbone's pestered, lost it to Schmelzer. Schmelzer with control, short-handed. Behind the play, they got a fight. Rathbone's going with Bowers. Rathbone playing right hands. And they go down.
Takes a big hit by the near board. Shot on DiPietro, and he's able to come out of the crease and make the save. Sweezy's going to throw some punches, and we've got a fight underneath the cage. Sweezy falls down. A referee takes the spill. Sweezy's still going at it. These two will not give up. And at long last, the officials will separate the parties.
Into the corner.
As we're 8:20 into this first period, as Chibrikov gets absolutely leveled from behind. Arm goes up, Moose with a chance. Lundmark alone in front, great save, Campbell. And now the gloves drop as King is going to drop him with Didier, who spins into the ice.
Seal will carry it in, dishes off for Jake Lecision, drops it to the line for Mancini. As, I believe it was Robrick, was dumped down to the ice. No, it was Lecision, excuse me. Mancini takes a feed at the blue line. And now, in the crease, we got a fight between Ginning and Belzile. And Ginning leans on him and tackles him down to the ice.
Whack the puck from a sharp angle and miss wide right. Pietranero cancels out a Romano down low, and he's going to chuck him. Michael Caro coming into the defense. Pietranero in his Ice Hogs debut has already laid out one man and starting to feed a couple of left jabs to Caro. Pietranero frees up the right. They tangle just inside of the Star zone. Pietranero over top. Caro's got a good hold of Pietranero's jersey. He whacks at him with a couple of rights. Now Pietranero counters back. Misses over top, but has Caro in the headlock and takes him into the boards.
And it's 3-2 Abbotsford. Big hit. Oh, Ty Clever throws down Mayo, and now we're gonna have a fight. It's Uchaz and Clever squaring off, and Clever falls. He can't get back up, and now he does. He's gonna throw some rights, and down they go. That allows the Canucks to control it behind the net. Now we got a fight. Hellenius drops the gloves with cam bites. We'll see if this sparks the Canucks. Hellenius has the height advantage as Cam Bites tries to get a right free, and now he goes crashing to the ice, and Hellenius falls on top of him.
Far flank for Adam Klapka. Scored a beauty on the breakaway late in the second period. And we'll get a whistle. Adam Klapka, the aforementioned big man involved in this one. Surprise, surprise. In a bear hug with Connaughton. Pretty big guy himself, 6'2", 200 pounds. And McCartney drops the gloves instead. So it's Ben McCartney and Adam Klapka exchanging fists in front of the Tucson bench. And McCartney getting in some work as his bucket has been taken off, and he brings Klapka close. The linesman comes in to break it up. The near wall is William Stromgren. Evades one check, loses it to Lipkin as Stromgren goes knee on knee with Onyebuchi, and he's getting up gingerly, but play does continue. Matica.
That was a late hit.
Agreed. Lipkin tries to center, and here's the retribution, folks. Alex Gallant versus Montana Onyebuchi. You could sense this one was coming as they both start to grapple. Onyebuchi obviously a longer reach, but they're chucking some bombs here as they get the arms free. For Galley, it's usually his right hand.
Oh, yeah.
And he's connecting. A number of them connecting as they swing in the Calgary zone. Onyebuchi gets in an uppercut. Gallant connecting with the right side. They'll tussle a bit more, and the sticks are being tapped. That was a great bout late in this first period.
Rang that off the far iron. Boy, he beat Reeves cleanly, and now a big hit and another by Austin Watson. Now somebody's coming over, and yeah, he's being challenged, and we're going to have a go. Cole Clayton says, you can't do that without facing me. This is heavyweight stuff, Kays. Gloves are off, they're separated, like stage. Okay, go ahead, guys. And here they go.
got a good grasp on each other, both trying to get the right free. No one able to do so yet.
There's been a lot of chippiness between these two teams the last few games, Larry. And
whoa!
Watson hits him over the right, and down to the ice goes Cole Clayton.
Have their opportunities, but Matt Murray has only allowed 2 goals a game, and his chances right off the face-off. Lewinsky is going to go and, well, end up on the ice rather quickly with Zach Solo as they got into it.
The Checkers will take it in. Shot.
Loose out in front. It's battling around, and Domingue will get the cover here. And more pushing and shoving. Louis Domingue seems to be the center of attention as we've got gloves off. Casey Fitzgerald throwing down with Josh Davies. Davies takes down Fitzgerald on the outside of the net. Casey Fitzgerald, he's up to his feet and still throwing. He doesn't have a sweater. He doesn't have a bucket. Alex Belzile is yelling at the official. Charlotte out of their own end. Another stick gets chopped out. We get some pushing and shoving. We got ourselves a scrum back behind the play as Jacob Megna's locked up with Brennan Othman. Megna's stick was knocked out of his hand. He wanted a call from the official. He didn't get it. And then as he's going to pick up his stick, he's got a guy right on top of him. He gave him a good shove, and then that turned into a little bit of a brawl more than a fight.
All the way down, he's on top of Kemp. The Wolves trying to get that forecheck going. Big CDE collision from Stillman, and he's going to get into a fight right off of this with D'Amato. Stillman and D'Amato working the jab is Stillman, and Stillman's got the right. It's working. Stillman keeps going, and they tumble to the ice. Boy, the tail of the tape is dead on.
Milwaukee power play, and here's McKenzie, tries to leave it for Strangis. Oh, he took a hard hit after the whistle. McKenzie wants to fight, and he's going to go up against Ottenbright, who's the one that hit Strangis. It was an offside whistle, and Strangis took a hit afterward from Ottenbright. And McKenzie's going to deliver a couple of punches. Ottenbright and McKenzie both go to their knees, and the fans will roar here as the Stars captain sticks up for Antonio Strangis. 3 seconds, Kemmel fires off the stick of Bischel. The Stars stun the Admirals in comeback fashion. And Kemmel jumps Cameron Hughes. Hughes and Kemmel are now fighting on the near boards at the final buzzer. And Hughes tries to get a couple of licks in. Kemmel ends up taking him down. The Stars win it 4-3. They have 5 straight wins. They've won 10 of their last 11.
Here we go. We got a fight in front of the bench. It's Joey Abate for Providence. It's Sam Bitten for the T-Birds. They are throwing in front of the T-Birds bench. Abate with an overhand right, but Bitten looks like he's got the better of him. Then Abate is going to go down, and Sam Bitten looking to give his team a spark.
Have possession now, Martin Chromiak to neutralize. And we got some gloves down. Pinelli has dropped the gloves with Lucas Ciona. We got a fight early on. Pinelli took a hit, stays up, and now with a left, Francesco Pinelli. Trying to get position against Ciona, swinging with his right. Pinelli trying to get the left free. Officials trying to keep everyone away from the two grappling, but now they come in and break it up. Played on the point, Doty with a shot deflected back into the corner. Aspero on the rebound. We got another fight. Jacob Doty and Jared Tenorti drop the gloves. 2 fights in 13 seconds here this afternoon. And these two, the heavyweights, after the fight on the earlier part of the card, this is the main event. Doty and Tenorti. And Doty trying to go over top with the right hand. Tenorti. Oh, Doty clocked him right square with a right shot. Doty trying to get back to balance. Tenorti stays and misses with a left. Doty gets him with a right. Another body shot, then over the top. Another big shot by Doty. He takes him down.
As well. Thompson could not keep it in at the left point. And the whistle stops play, but not before Skinner and Piercy start chucking bombs. Piercy with a strong right hand as both fall to the ice. But Skinner gives a couple rapid punches to Riley Piercy at the end of things.
Matika hits McGregor. Back for Matika. He had a look at the net. And we're going to get a fight behind the play. It's Travis, or pardon, not Travis Barron. It's Kevin Connaughton going up against Mitch McLean. And Kevin Connaughton throws down McLean. And he hits Sokolov. Sokolov waits. High slot to the net. Saved by Lindbaum. Now Sokolov takes a big hit. Runner is still with possession. Gloves now go flying as McKay has completely taken... I believe that's still, no, it's not Sokolov, as that's going to be another fight. I don't know who's in the fight because the jersey and the body is completely taken down by McKay. Who is that? Now in his first season in the pros. Coming back from injury for Tucson. Now we're going to get another fight. Make that 3 total fights in this period alone. It's Hunter Drew scrapping against Joe Fleming, and this is going to be a big one. Right above the center logo, Fleming goes to Drew, and Hunter Drew just rocks him with a couple of runs. Helmets go flying. There goes Hunter Drew. Bring it down, Hunter. Let's go. Might have numbers back the other way. It's Hickey. Hickey finds it in front, and Jackson Stauber makes a save on Uchaz, and the puck is still loose. Uchaz throws it back to the net. Hickey racing after it. Now we're going to get another fight. It's McKay going up against Montana Onyebuchi, and they're going to throw the mitts. We saw 3 fights in the second period on Monday night, and Onyebuchi getting a couple of nice stabs, a couple of underhooks, and he will let McKay have it. Refs hesitate to get into it as they're going to let them go. Onyebuchi and McKay throwing some more stabs at each other. And that's hopefully, you would think, can...
23-year-old's probably feeling pretty good right now. His team feels pretty good too, up 3-0. We got a fight at center ice. Colbert Drone's going to go with Brian Hallinan. Right at center ice, here we go. They lock up. Hallinan right hand. Bardreau with a right. Another one. Fans love it. Hallinan takes him down. Oh, baby. Holds. He drags it. Backhander through the crease. And Nolan Foote couldn't get his stick on it in time. There's a penalty coming, and there's a fight coming as well. Mitchell taking right hands once and twice, and then gives one. And the linesmen step in.
Va reprendre en défense et les Bears reprennent possession. Derrière le filet. Phil. Oh, et la bagarre. Et voilà, fallait s'y attendre. Vincent Arsenault et Dalton Smith au centre de la glace. Arsenault, ça fait un bout de temps qu'on ne l'a pas vu. Jeter les gants et Smith est un coriace. Oh, et là, il vient de faire plier les genoux d'Arsenault qui revient de la main gauche. Smith n'a plus de casque, mais c'est lui qui fait plier les genoux d'Arsenault 2 fois. Aïe, 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 ça ne s'est pas bien.
This one across now for Fensori, charged into by McHugh. On in front of the net, now a sort of a fight going on, not without the gloves, but now will they drop him? Yes, finally. McHugh and Fensori pressed up against the wall, pushing and shoving with their gloves on for a while. Then eventually they dropped them.
From Zabana, through center up the right wing, and knocked down. Hard hit taken by Andre Pavel. Up this near side wall, battling for the puck, left side corner now. The gloves have been dropped. Couple of right hand from Marino. Marino with another right hand, another right hand, another right hand, knocking off the helmet of Trevor Carrick, who gets knocked out of the ice.
Earlier that led to that
great series of 3 big shots for Springfield. Gendron in the corner, fighting for it down there, now pinned against the glass. Gendron gets up. He wants to get back at this guy, Hunter Skinner, and we're going to have a fight. Alexei Gendron up against big Hunter Skinner. And he's thrown, and Skinner tackles him. Gendron is fired up.
And that'll do it for a middle stanza. That sees the Wolf back. Physicality ratcheting it up a notch. And we're not done yet. As Sandstrom got into it with Belzile. He's still barking at him, and here comes Dylan Durand. Durand is coming down the ice. He gives a shove to Felix Sandstrom. Are they going to go? They are going to go. Dylan Durand and Felix Sandstrom. We got a tilt. Desperately trying to get in there is Adam Tobias. Way to ruin the fun, 16. Now Graham Slaggert's going to go with Alex Belzile. Belzile fired away on Slaggert. Durand will kick the water bottle. Is Adam Tobias serious with this? Now Joshua's in there with Matthew Robertson. Joshua with a good right. Robertson with a jab. Brett Berard and Komarov are going out of the right wing corner. Berard taken down by Komarov in the right wing corner as Joshua and Robertson are still firing away just inside the zone. And Robertson scores the takedown.
Joshua's been a real thorn in Hartford's side.
Tossed it in down low into the Lehigh Valley end with Louis Belpedio. Kind of hounded back there. Riley Piercy all over him, crashes out. And now he and Belpedio tangling it up and fighting behind the play. Belpedio and Piercy. Here we go. Louis Belpedio has Piercy kind of down, now throwing the rights on him. Piercy getting wheeled around, trying to come back with a right on Belpedio. Slips and loses his balance, and Belpedio gets on top of him, wanted to throw another. Don't really think he fully got his money's worth there.
For Ledowinski. Lipin over the Wolves line. Ledowinski at center now as the puck ricochets back into the Rockford zone. In behind the play, Baddick and Turcotte going at it in front of the Wolves bench. We were wondering how long it would take for these two to get together. Turcotte tackles Baddick to the ground, but Brandon got some good shots in there.
And Kuznetsov getting it done, and here we go. Connor Milamok in his American Hockey League debut, fighting it out with the veteran Travis Howe. For Milamok coming into this contest with 7 fights with Rapid City this year, and he's not afraid to drop the gloves with a veteran. Milamok getting a couple of rights in there. His hand is free, and then Howe connects. Howe letting it loose right now. Milamok hanging on, frees his hand, falls to the ice, and both benches love it. Stick taps for both sides.
Poked at by Melanson, held on to by Henman as McKinnon gives the seat to Hamlin. Canik Leaper wants to fight him, and now we're going to have a little scrap behind the play. Alex Canik Leaper and Ian McKinnon trading punches. Canik Leaper, a couple of right hands. Ian McKinnon wraps him up, throws a good right to Canik Leaper. They still continue to grapple. Yannick Liepert misses an overhand right. McKinnon throws a left now on him. They still continue to tangle. McKinnon gets some rights in there, now opens up his left. Yannick Liepert follows up. This is a good scrap between these two. They still continue to go, and McKinnon ends up falling down. Yannick Liepert wanted it. McKinnon obliged.
Looking for Johnstone. Bounced out of his skates, then reeled it right back in. Wrenched over to Gruden. Shimmed down the left wall. There's Corey Antonovsky with it. Sandwiched between two defenders, and we've got a fight. Dan Renouf dropping the gloves to Sawyer Bolton. An early takedown here by Bolton as neither player really set up, squared up. Kachuk back there as well. Puck now pops free. St. Ivany throws it ahead. Koivunen got lit up in open ice, and Kachuk will stop the rush and drop the gloves. You're getting what you wanted, Matty. Another fight. Boris Kachuk swinging away. The Phantoms player turtling down to the ice here, so not a long fight. But Boris Kachuk abandoned the rush the other way to stand up for his line mate, Ville Koivunen.
To get onto the ice as they were switching lines, and he was replacing Logan Shaw, and then fouled by Abrazizius. We're going to drop the gloves here as Mishak steps in and goes a Perret into the goal zone. Throwing away is Jan Mishak with a couple of rights. Returning with his own is Perret. Back and forth we go. Perret's got stood up right now. He's got a couple of rights. He's got Mishak in a good spot trying to get himself loose. As a return right from Jan Mishak, Perret comes back over and they'll tie up.
On two, over the line, right down the left wing, and then behind the play, we've got a couple of guys tangled up, as I think that's McKay wants to go with Brown. Brown an uppercut, overhand right on McKay, another uppercut, another stiff right. This is Brown's 5th fight of the season. Brown an uppercut, McKay just ate that one. Brown gave him another one. McKay is just 5'11", 196 pounds. Brown towers over him.
Give him a CD collision. And they're going to fight.
They're going to fight already at center ice. Here we go. This was talked about.
Tyrell Bauer and Yannick Turcotte. They're going to take the helmets off, and the line staff intervenes.
Let him go. Better let him go now.
They will let him go. Yannick Turcotte lands the rights. Bauer comes back with rights. It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe. They wanted this tilt, a friendly conversation before the game that we'll show you after this scrap. But these two big-time tough guys are not done yet. They're back engaged as Bauer lands some rights. Turcotte puts him to the glass, and Bauer continues to throw the shots. Turcotte trying to switch off the boards now. A long bout this has been.
Is that ever? They're going to be exhausted.
Now Turcotte feeding some laughs through. And a takedown for Turcotte, his 3rd fight in 4 games with the Wolves, and there's the mutual respect.
Le premier pour Tuck derrière le but. Tuck, la passe qui dévie à la ligne bleue. Repris par Engstrom, le tir. Bel arrêt de domaine de la mitaine. Alors que le combat s'engage devant le filet. Scanlon et Tuck qui jettent les gants. Les deux qui chutent au sol sans coup lancé. Ouais. Et pas certain même qu'on va donner des majeurs parce qu'il n'y a même pas eu de coup de poing.
It's something that amazes me every game.
Saunier, big hit there, ran over Maggio. They're going to call penalty. Both officials, their arms in the air. Hutton and Saunier are going to go at center, and Saunier winds up on top. Hutton responded after the hit on Maggio, and Saunier winds up getting the take there.
Now, but they cannot. Tony Nato holds with the left point. Into the near circle, the Moose getting a change as Stastny will skate to center ice. And now the gloves are going to drop between Anderson, Dolan, and Livingstone, middle of the blue line. They were holding up each other, and they just dropped the gloves and went. Livingstone and Anderson, Dolan spinning around with hugs. And nothing more than that. They just wrestle each other to the ice. 48 seconds into the contest. Hit the Admirals line on the right, lay it deep. He meets Ufko and Stastny in the far corner, and a big hit by Bauer, and Marino and Bauer are going to drop the gloves. This is a legit heavyweight battle here. Bauer was going to get the penalty for hitting Stastny, and now Marino and Bauer move to center ice because everybody needs to see this. Marino and Bauer. Bauer throws a couple of left jabs. Now Marino clutches on, throws a right that lands on the ear. Bauer comes back. Marino throws a couple. The helmet pops off. Marino is unloading. Bauer's coming back, but he's getting mostly shoulder, and now the linesmen are going to step in as Bauer's jersey popped up over his head.
Off to Tufte. Steps into the offensive zone, towards the net, barrels straight into Greaves. Where's the penalty? They say no goal, and rightfully so, as Tufte took a beeline for the netminder and ran him over.
Did the puck even go in?
I don't think the puck went in, but he made no attempt to get out of the way of Jett. No.
Not at all. It goes right at him. The puck's loose. Greaves is clearly out of commission. Lysell did put it underneath Greaves. Greaves appears to have been bloodied by the sequence there, and Tufte is huge. He's 6 foot 6 inches tall, 230 pounds, and you guys said it, made absolutely no effort to do anything other than run over the goal. Little nudge from McHugh, and they're going to fight. Max McHugh drops the gloves, and here we go. Giving away a lot of side to Tufte, but a lot of heart for 93 to step in for his netminder, and they latch together. Couple of quick lefts, and then McHugh loses his footing after an overhand right from Tufte, but that gets the crowd into it.
Puck in some skates, it comes to Jett Woo, and he'll bank it off the wall and out. And now we're gonna have a fight. Here we go. Dropping the gloves is Cam Bites and Millimuck. We'll see if this gets the Canucks going as they tie up. Millimuck getting a couple rights in. Cam Bites protecting himself. And those two go crashing in the ice, and that fight is over. Didn't see many punches landed.
Those guys head for a change. On comes the fourth line again. That's McHugh. That's Butler. And Justin Pearson for now. And we'll have a fight. Out in center, it's Abate and Cam Butler. Butler, one of the heavyweights for Cleveland this season. They size each other up and latch together. As a big overhand right there for Butler. Gets that right arm free, and watch out! Raining big right hands in town goes Abate. TKO for Cameron Butler, and the crowd eats it up.
7 seconds to go in a 5-minute major.
And we'll get the fight right out of the box.
Gotta think it's coming. Raska's on the ice. He could do it. Here comes Merrick and Peterson right on cue. Peterson feeding Merrick. Merrick sits him down quick. Merrick still wants blood. They're still going. Peterson got some rights in early. Merrick sat him down. That was a quick one.
Merrick landed 2 good ones there on Peterson, and he might be saying it's not over yet.
So, down in the left wing corner. Wilmer Skoog with a huge hit down low. Skoog getting chopped at here. As there's a body down low, Skoog getting bumped into again. Now Leonard coming in. Still no penalty, no arms are up. The Checkers have control. Now we're gonna get a whistle here. And we've got ourselves a fight. It's Wilmer Skoog. He's going up against Boris Kachuk. As the two square up, now they grab. They swing around. Skoog drags him down just with one hand. And that will be it. Not a single fight, or excuse me, not a single punch was thrown in that fight.
Lead. Nice. Oh, here we go. We're going to get a fight here. And it is going to be MP who had that hit. Going up against Yannick Turcotte. MP lands a couple. Turcotte throws some rights. Round and round they go. Turcotte's helmet comes out. They keep on throwing. Why are the officials breaking this up? Let the players police the game. So Panwar with 2 goals in this game, and a goaltender that just made his 19th stop of the night. Now more rough stuff, and everyone's going to come into this.
Look out.
Someone went after Martin, and now Martin's throwing some punches. Martin has taken off his mask, and he is irate. Even Chinchas has gone to his own bench, and we've got several scraps going on right now. Take your pick of which one you're watching. You're watching Morrow now.
And not often you get 2 referees involved in trying to separate and break. Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Look out.
And this is going to escalate even more. Turcotte was going after a Moose player.
Well, you've got everything in this one now.
Yeah.
It's old-fashioned Donnybrook. It's not stopped yet.
No.
Shaw.
Oh, Panwar now.
Wow, he got one in on.
He's got Shaw now, and we got more wrestling. Caddick gets a takedown, and Shaw and Panwar gets the knockdown, and they're not done scrapping. Look at Lewinsky is still throwing punches. As Turcotte getting back up. Lewinsky trying to engage in another fight. Bauer was going after Danny Caddick. Caddick took a stick to the eye earlier this year. That's why he's wearing the full shield.
Ice Hogs a lead. Paddock in the defensive zone. Got knocked down by Narvin Mutter, and then Paddock takes down Mutter. Mutter pops right back up. They're going to keep checking him. Mutter gets another takedown. He'll get the second one. Paddock wants to keep throwing. The lines people trying to get in between them. And finally it gets broken up. Now Paddock and Mutter ran into each other in the D zone. Good pass to the middle for Gagne. He'll drop it off. Lipin sends the puck into the zone. Pavel runs him in front of the Rockford bench, and then Pavel and Pietranero are going to drop him at center. Pietranero sizing up Pavel at the Ice Hogs logo. Pietranero gets a hold of the jersey, lands a couple of rights, then gets taken down by Pavel. They drop right in front of the red line.
Don't. Now Wotherspoon, side of the goal, wide, can get the shot away, and it popped back out front and comes to Zach Solo. He's got two in front of him. It goes out to the right side, takes the shot, and now Arsenault, and knocked down flat by Kyle Clifford. The Smash Squatch strikes again. He hasn't been asked to drop him this year, but he dropped Arsenault. And he is struggling. And Trudeau wanted to pull this, or Jacquet rather, wanted to pull this one back inside. 9:34 left to go in this second period. And now Jacquet and Kyle Clifford having a chat here. And Jacquet is going to go off. And Weber is invested here in Davidson, and now the two of them tangled up, and Weber takes a shot there from Davidson. Weber trying to get his hands loose, is tangled up, and Davidson had him on edge the whole way.
Just stealing the puck away. The Phantoms blocked it down. It goes back in behind the Cleveland goal. Bernard stepped up there with Avon. Rolled in back in the net for Brendan Furry. Up high, Simpson, a shot and a save. Rebound, Eklund right on top of him. And it's Xavier Bernard dropping the gloves. He's going to get in a fight here with Cameron Butler. They square off at center ring. And Xavier Bernard in his first fight with the Lehigh Valley Phantoms. They paw away. Now they meet. And Bernard getting two or three quick little right jabs on the chin of Cameron Butler. They're tying each other up. Butler trying to get his right loose and get it free. And now he comes underneath and over the top. And then Bernard lands on top of Cameron Butler as they go down.
Will spirit along. But we're going to get a scrap. It's going to be a fight between Anya Bucci and Scott Sabrin. These two dropped the gloves 3 times last year. Sabrin missed a couple of games this year to start the year because he was on a suspension due to an altercation with Anya Bucci. Both players lining up now. They connect. A straight left from Sabrin, answered back by Anya Bucci, two of the tougher customers in the American Hockey League. Sabrin over the top with a left. Both guys throwing haymakers here. Holding on for dear life. Each guy grappling as they hold on to the jersey. Sabrin gets free with a couple of straight lefts. Sabrin throwing the lefts with reckless abandon here. Both players back to their feet. Linesman thought about getting in between. This marathon scrap continues. And finally, what looked like it was going to end for a moment, and finally the gas out of the tank. A spirited bout.
Holds it on the backhand, bomb to the right circle, Kajula. Kajula got pasted along the boards there. Nice strong play from Stillman, tying him up. Kajula comes away with it though on the second effort, then takes Stillman down to the ice. He's going to get called. Now Stillman gets up, he's got his gloves off, Kajula's throwing it. Kajula a quick right to Stillman. Stillman got right up and then Kajula will hammer him down to the ice. Stillman got up and tried to jump Kajula after Kajula took him down along the board.
Up on the right wing glass, that'll get to center. Brogan Rafferty gloves it down. He took a good shot from Navrin Mutter. Rafferty then throws an uppercut on Mutter. And now they're going to drop the gloves. Mutter and Rafferty. Mutter just unloading. Rafferty hanging on for dear life. Navrin Mutter is having none of it. Rafferty's really doing his best to hang on, and Mutter is just uncorking. And now the linesman will step in.
Pass up to Mark Johnstone, taps it off the boards. Isaiah George steps in front. George lit up by Jonathan Gruden. Didn't see him coming as he was protecting the puck from Johnstone. And Gruden's going to drop the gloves here with George still down behind the Islanders' net. Piercy stepping up to fight Jonathan Gruden. Piercy with a big bomb to start. Gruden hanging in there. Gruden responds with a right hand. Piercy falls down. Gruden stands atop Piercy, who stood up for his teammate George. Now it's Poulin. Crushed in open ice by Pearson. That's going to be another penalty. Poulin then sends a cross-check to his assailant. Everybody coming together for a hoedown now at the left wall, and Pearson's going to have to answer. He'll fight Avery Hayes. Hayes with a right hand, another right, and he tackles down Justin Pearson.
Gets the touch, and now Torberg back up front. Barbolini winding up. Topi Niemela didn't take the shot. Lays it off into the corner, and now Jakai and Solo. Bit of a size mismatch here, but Solo involved, and down he goes as Florian Jakai leads the Laval Rocket in penalty minutes. And Blandisi trying to shake it loose. It will come loose, but Waugh picks it up and gets it back into center. And now here's Kyle Clifford with Hayes right on the face-off dot. Clifford has got him held off here and looking for an opportunity in an opening. And Hayes hanging on, keeping his head out of the striking distance of Clifford. He throws one overhand, but doesn't get it loose. And now a shot as Clifford tries to come underneath. Hayes picks it up, and the two of them are locked up as Clifford gets one and two and takes him down.
Into a 6-game point streak. And 3-0-1, and now Pavlyuchev's going to grab him in, and here we go. Pavlyuchev went right after Jaden Grube, and now Grube's going to get his foot under him. Grube will answer back and drop Pavlyuchev. Pavlyuchev went right after Jaden Grube, and I think Grube caught him at the end there.
Through the penalty. Delayed call against Providence. Pushing her to the front. Knocked down by Dickinson. He fires. And DiPietro got to it to make the save and cover. We got some pushing and shoving after the fact. And gloves are down behind the net. Billy Sweezy has started firing with the T-Bird on the scene. Peterson. Sweezy and Peterson going behind the Providence goal line. Both men have lost their helmets. Sweezy got the jump with a couple of rights, but Peterson now got a couple more in himself. How about this? Just a straight line of players from both teams tapping their sticks down on the ice. And center to Pekka. Pekka up the left wing, hands on to Luff. Luff left wing side, takes a look. And behind the play, we have a scrap. It's going to be Jeff Viel and Sam Bitten, a heavyweight bout. Two of the toughest combatants in this league. As Bitten starts firing with rights over the top, Viel comes back with one of his own. These are two of the fiercest heavyweights in the league. And boy, they're living up to the billing. Bitten a couple right hooks over the top. He's lost his helmet. Viel comes back with an uppercut. Bitten hanging in there. Another one on the back of Viel's helmet. Viel's still not giving up. As Bitten knocks him down, Viel comes back with a wild right, though. Bitten down to a knee, and the linesmen swoop in.
Actually checking on Passage to make sure he's okay. And Travis Howe is trying to challenge Malott, and he's going to go. Jeff Malott and Travis Howe drop the gloves. And Howe going over the top with a right. Malott trying to get to him. Howe is a big body, and it's tough to reach him. Howe has got the right hand free. Malott's hanging in there, trying to stop him. Malott got a right hand in, and Howe knocks him down. Well, that was a fight.
The wall for Lundmark. Ahead for Tony Nato, now forward. Lansing on ahead, and now we got gloves going down his bank here. And Sautner are going to go, but they spin each other to the ice quickly.
He's got a breakaway. Catching up to him and swatting it away was Matthew Robertson. Never got off a shot. Robrecht rammed it into Amala. Belpedio will fight Dylan Robrecht, the big 6'7" tall rookie. They're tangled up, and boy, kudos to Belpedio going up against a guy like this after a rocked Samu, who's okay, by the way. They're still tangled up. Belpedio getting his left free, trying to jab away on Robrecht. Got his right free, now a big bear hug by Dylan Robrecht, kicking gloves out of the way. And now they'll kind of hold up here and let the officials come in.
Frangaris and a backhander misses the net. Senators defense want control. They'll get it over now to Oscar Pettersson. And a stop as a result of a fight. A pair of 11's gonna go. Donovan, Legare, drop the gloves, and here we go. Right hand Legare. Another one. Another one. Tries to get the left arm free now. And then the rights are coming. And they're coming again. And the linesmen step up and break them apart.
Reason being is Wilmer Skoog. We're going to have a fight here. It's Dufour and Okuliar right off the face-off. Out at center, Dufour gets his right free and is just feeding. Okuliar will send him down.
Shifts, it's now a 1-0 lead, and a good hit thrown by Nakbar. Now the puck comes back to center ice along the right wing. Nakbar and Kara. Here we go. Justin Nakbar in his Hershey debut, and Jujar Kara are going to duke it out. Nakbar, 6 fights with the Stingrays, gets the right arm free. In his first game with Hershey, fights the veteran Kara. Nakbar has lost his helmet. Uppercut over the top, lands one on Kara, and as he's falling, takes him down with him. Justin Nakbar, 6'3", 205. Kara, 6'5", 214, and a good scrap.
And Dylan Coughlin in a tie for the Moose lead in goals among defensemen with Dylan Anhorn and Elias Salamonson. Now right off the face-off, Mark Lewinsky and Bradley Merrick are going to go for a twirl. Lewinsky teeing off early, still swinging. He's got Merrick in a tough spot, but now Merrick kind of settling in. They'll tangle up. It wasn't a long tilt, but it was a furious one between Lewinsky and Merrick. Late chance for Coughlin off the face-off. He'll drive that wide. Phillips into the middle of the ice for Cease. His momentum carried him into a defender, and now the gloves are going to drop to the side of the nets. It's going to be Anderson Dolan and Lambos going at it. They're pretty tangled up. Lambos trying to get a fist free, pulling on the helmet of Anderson Dolan. And now Anderson Dolan swinging some around as he's got Lambos in a bit of a headlock. Not sure much is connected for either skater. Not sure why they're so unhappy with each other.
Walks it loose to the blue line. And he's off on the left wing, shoots a pass saved by Shepard. The rebound gets a right pad on it. The lane penalty call. The official back at center has his arm up. Smith buried from behind into the boards, and that's going to draw a crowd. Panamara belted him, and everyone surrounds him. We at least got the initial penalty and one after. Parrott grabs Koivunen out of the pile, and the scrum continues as everybody has a dance partner. Bemstrom is taken down. Aaron Ness pulled out of the pile there for Wilkes-Barre as Panamara. Koivunen and Parrott nose to nose along the boards, as that should negate the power play at a minimum, as Smith was belted from behind. Nakbar out there getting into it, and Nakbar's not happy at all. We're going to have a fight, and Ejam and Nakbar are going to go. They're going to go in the face-off circle. Nakbar's second fight is a bear, and the scrum is still going. Everybody grabbing a dance partner is Nakbar.
Yeah, and look at Smith giving it to Renouf.
Smith is fighting with Renouf, while Nakbar is trying to get his arm free with Kanizov. He comes over the top of the right. Nakbar caught him with one and throws him down. Oh, what a fight from Justin Nakbar. He gets the right hand up and in, and the takedown too.
Yeah, that's a big one after the last two games. One of them against Tucson. Here's the physical side. We got a fight. Douglas against Doty. Jacob Doty with a quick right. He's got the left hand open as well, and he clocks him with a right. Douglas hanging on, tries a right himself. Doty, couple jabs with the left. Douglas trying to come over top again. Doty swinging big with the right hand. And now in the corner, both sides with some more rights. Doty trying to fire up this Ontario Reign team. He got Douglas there with a quick right shot and now takes him down into the corner. Doty lost his helmet there at the last second. A good bout between those two.
37 to go in the middle frame. Bolduc had it poked away. It'll come to Cam McDonald. He plays it into the Hartford zone. Garand and the trapezoid behind his own net. Gets it to Eric Brandstrom, who's got the goal for the Wolfpack tonight. And now we got a tilt. It's Jack Randall going at it with Dylan Robrick, his third career fight and his second in consecutive games. Good uppercut from Robrick, and now Randall counters with a couple of jabs. Robrick and Randall going at it in the Hartford zone. Robrick's got a slight advantage, but Randall firing a few rights, and now a couple of uppercuts from Robrick, who's all over Jack Randall, and Randall's in trouble now. He's got the jersey over his helmet. Robrick in control of this tilt. Robrick, an uppercut, then he took one from above. Those two are tied up. The linesmen are going to get in there as Randall and Robrick each exchange one more. At least I thought they were gonna. They're going to let the boys go. And now they both worn each other out. A very good tilt.
So they'll sort the assists out, then they'll let us know as Wyatt Bongiovanni just took a big hit. Little bit up high. Did it come from Logan Mailloux? Then it was probably a little bit high. And Jorian Donovan is going to answer the bell against Logan Mailloux inside of the Rocket zone. And Dono got the first good shot in. Popped the bucket off of Mailloux. Tries to swing like a drunk guy in a bar fight, just wide. And Dono a little bit shorter and sharper with those punches, and really nice effort from Jorian Donovan there against Logan Mailloux.
Kessel will lay it deep to the near corner. Murray waiting for it. Gloves drop at center. Weisblatt and Loof. Weisblatt is just unloading on Leo Loof. Weisblatt just unloading and trying to fire up the crowd now.
Journeys for Johannes, 3 years at AIC. As look out, Halavai got run over in front of the net by Austin Watson, and Crotty's going to fight Watson for that. Crotty with some huge rights. Watson's got Crotty taking it now. This is a bit of a mismatch for Crotty. And boy, a little bit of gamesmanship there from Austin Watson, who just lets it go. He knew he had to answer for it. Crotty got his licks in.
9 to go. And the Reign will skate it out. Madden by himself and takes a monster hit from Jonathan Aspro, and now he has to answer for it. As taking exception.
Madden spins into the boards as he's about to get clocked by Aspero. The ref's hand goes up. They're going to give him a boarding call. If
All the way around. We've got ourselves a scrap back behind the play. Brennan Offman and Oliver Okuliar, and they're immediately down to the ice. And Okuliar giving a little bit of a wave to Brennan Offman as he'll be escorted
Back to the locker room with just 41.5 seconds left to go.
3 shutouts on the year as the puck is gloved down by Teakin and outside of the crease, and a crowd gathers afterwards. Started with Warren and Baranacci along with Brian Pino, and then a pile up to the side of that group as Travis Mitchell wrestles a Bruin hard down to the ice. Getting upended was Riley Tufte. Open up some space. He had Pitlick headed to the net, couldn't get the pass to him. Good job on the back check for Thiesing. Thiesing and Viel wrestle against each other behind the nets. They won't let each other go, still unable to separate. A glove goes flying. Thiesing wants to fight, and now Viel drops the gloves too. And he'll get 2 rights in there and land on top of Cam Thiesing with 5 minutes gone in this third period.
Hounded by Postinen, passes up the boards to Pierre Dubé. Knocked down hard, but Dubé chipped the puck out of his zone. Now it's Postinen, back across the blue line. Play stop, but we've got a fight. Sam Poulin dropping the gloves against Vinny Iorio. Poulin connected with a big right hand, then Iorio pushed Poulin flush up against the boards. Look at Sam Poulin. He's as red as a stop sign. A hat trick. No, instead he finds the glove of Clay Stevenson, and also an extra jab from Nicky Lieberman after the whistle as well. Hayes now getting mobbed by a pair of Bears. Outside of that scrum, you got Dubé and Ponomarev swinging at one another. Nobody's dropped the gloves here, but also nobody going to turn down a fight. Ponomarev just shoved down Dubé. Referee gesturing to the box for Ponomarev, and Dubé may find himself on stage at the Oscars in a little bit for that performance.
The Admirals to work it up for Joachim Kemmel. Kemmel dealing with a heavy back check from Cease and then gets buried by Tyson Empey at center ice. Kemmel will have to adjust his equipment as he heads back to the bench in discomfort. And now the gloves are going to drop. Empey getting ready to go for a twirl with Kyle Marino. A couple of guys who know how to handle themselves, and they're swinging big right now. Not a lot of connection. Now they'll step in and start firing away. Marino with the size advantage gets one in there. Now they'll lean back from each other for a moment and verbally tell each other, okay, that's enough.
Louis Domingue for Portland. Of course, he's a veteran goaltender now. Oh, we're dropping the gloves. Yeah, let's go. Garrett Wilson and Dan Renouf have agreed to square off. And at center circle, here we go. Garrett Wilson reaches, Renouf goes with a right. Garrett swings with 2 rights. Renouf getting thrown around, and Garrett Wilson throws a couple more as Dan Renouf down to the ice, and Wilson on top of him once more. Rose, bottom of the right circle, Poulin dangled it around Belpedio behind the net. 2 seconds left. Out in front for the right side, and he just missed it. Hayes, and then Hunter McDonald rocked him into the end boards. Hayes comes back at McDonald. Belpedio running right at Hayes, and everybody getting nasty in there. Wisdom is protecting Belpedio, who's throwing with Poulin. And we got another scrum on the other side with Gaucher taking down a man, but Belpedio in a fight with Poulin hauls him down the ice and lands on top of him. It's a rivalry, if you didn't know.
Bone off the backboards, comes around the near wing to the blue line. Nemmer's going to hold it, keep it in momentarily, and then it's drawn out to center ice, up the near wing. Big hit right there, and that is on Hervé Pinard. Now we got the Rocket going after Kozak. Gloves are dropped. That's Trudeau going after Kozak. Kozak over the top with the right, then Kozak knocks his helmet off, comes back with the right hand of his own. Here's Trudeau with the right, and he's rocked. Trudeau is rocked by the right hand of Kozak, goes to the ice, and the linesman will step in.
Here for the Marlies and John Gruden in the line. Last minute of play here in the first period, says Simon Bennett. I believe him. And what do we got going on here? Solo and Trudeau. They dropped the gloves from a long way away, and now they grab up, and Solo with a couple of early ones, and then finds himself trying to get back to his feet, helmet off as he gets the forearm shiver across, and then pulls his man down. And boy, that's a dangerous looking land there for Trudeau. When back to the many times that Jerry D'Amigo had scored empty net goals. We're going to see a fight here as Barbolini right away into Beck as Harvey Pinard was knocked down, and Barbolini decides to take his man down too, and they drop in the middle of it.
Did go across for Salamonson, who loops on the puck and right off. We've got the gloves dropping between King and Gravel. They're spinning around down in the Milwaukee zone. Gravel going over the top. Neither have been able to get one away. Now Gravel will get in and knock the helmet off of King. King standing in there though against the larger Gravel. King trying some body shots here. Now he'll get away a couple. But Gravel has him tied up and then goes down to the ice.
By Malott. Time of the goal at the 19-10 mark, and off the center ice draw, we're going to get a scrap. Hellenius and Van Roboys, and Hellenius ends up tackling him down. Both players back to their feet. Good on Van Roboys for stepping in there. Hellenius is a big, big guy.
Factor of Andonovski factored into that miss, and now at the other end, McLaughlin is shot stopped by Jarenko. A huge hit on Jenkins then after the play, and that's going to draw a penalty and concern for Blade Jenkins, who's down on the ice in a heat. Andonovski delivered the hit, and now he's in a scrap with Brett Budgel. Jenkins has not gotten up. As those two, Budgel and Andonovski, scrap behind the T-Bird goal.
Je trouve que physiquement, n'a pas tardé à s'impliquer. Et au niveau de l'exécution, pas beaucoup d'hésitation dans son jeu.
Et là, on va jeter les gants. Florian Jacquet qui va affronter Mark Lewiski, le joueur le plus puni du Moose. On est au centre de la glace. Voilà l'emprise, Lewiski, alors que Jacquet frappe les premiers coups de la droite et renverse Lewiski. Ouais. On a eu le temps de placer 2 ou 3 coups chacun.
Et Lewiski a vraiment un dur...
In the second period. Left wing half wall is DeYoung. Threw it down low. It popped up in the air, and it's gloved by Lindbaum. And he hangs on, and then Lindbaum gave a shot to Brown, who immediately dropped his gloves. And there's a crowd again. As Brown and Morelli want to get at each other, the linesman stood between them, then the linesman gets out of the way. And Morelli and Brown are going to go. Bit of a size mismatch for Morelli as Brown has the long reach. And he gets a couple of shots on Morelli. That knocks the helmet off, and the linesmen are going to jump in here.
Back to the point area, slammed that. Kept him momentarily. Now Rathbone able to feed it to center ice, and Rusak is nailed on a check as he was going for the puck. Gloves are dropped, and Dunn is going to pair off with his head connect. And Dunn has a bit of a reach, and over the top of the right hand. Gets one in, another one off the back of the head of the Belleville player, pounding away. He was trying to turn his back. And maybe that's Donovan. He's down to the ice. Dunn comes down on top of him. Yeah, it is Donovan.
Pavel will tip it deep. Rabinet's chased by Marino. Oh, and Marino ran him over again. And now the gloves are going to drop between... Setoff was going to go, but it's going to be McLean and Marino. McLean and Marino in the far corner. Marino lands a few, 3, 4, 5. McLean swung his right. Marino ends up on top. Marino trying to get everybody involved. And then Ottenbright just took a cross-check from Riley McKay, and Marino's going to get him. Riley McKay cross-checked Ottenbright across the nameplates right in front of the officials, and Marino turned around to grab McKay. Brabinets is being tended to in the far corner after he was exploded by Marino. He's up on his knees. By Ottenbright, he'll carry it to the Henderson line and dump it back in. Addison without a stick trying to play the puck as it's knocked away to the near dot. Ottenbright with a shot right into the belly of Carl Lindbaum. Now Denisenko and Addison get into a joust. Addison throwing rights. McKay going after Weisblatt. Friedman is going out. Friedman just got a stick up high from McKay behind the goal. I don't know if the official saw it, so now Ottenbright going after McKay. McKay took the cheap shot before, now Denisenko dropping the gloves with Addison. We got 2 fights going at the same time. Denisenko ends up on top of Addison in the far corner, trying to still unload some rights. Ottenbright and McKay in the far circle. McKay's thrown a couple. His helmet is gone. Ottenbright comes back with a left. McKay tries a left. They're tired. Linesman will break them up. Ottenbright twirls his helmet at center.
It back at point position. Ellis comes out of his net and plays it right up the middle to Dvorsky. That's a confident play as McGroarty then collided with Ellis behind the play. Bushinger wants a piece of McGroarty, and they're going to go. The rookies, Michael Bushinger and Rutger McGroarty, going to drop the mitts. It's Bushinger's first pro fight. We'll see how he fares against McGroarty. He didn't like McGroarty's hit on Ellis, and Bushinger fires 3 right hands, 4 over the top, and he takes McGroarty down!
Phillips on the delayed penalty, carries it in behind the Stars net. He's drilled on the play by Hughes. And now some action afterward, as the Eagles weren't too pleased with the hit, I think, at the end, but Felleber in the mix against his old squad, trying to stir the pot a little bit, and he's going to fight. We have gloves dropped. It's Kyle Loft and Ty Felleber. Loft lands a right. Loft tries to get that helmet off of Felleber, and he does. Now he swings a big right. Loft tries an uppercut, comes back over with the right, and a jab by Felleber in the shoulder. Now Loft gets another right in, and he's got positioning right now with that left hand tying up Felleber, coming back across with the right. Loft swings another big one, as this has been a great bout for the Stars rookie defenseman out of Bemidji State University. Kyle Loft, his second fight.
Challenging Andre down low. Anderson to the middle, followed up Cini, and now we're going to fight down low. It's Denoye and Wyatt Kaiser. Kaiser trying to get his hands free as they tangle right at the red line. Denoye lands a couple of rights, and Kaiser gets the takedown.
Fort Wayne, Chicago, Denver, Bakersfield to get to Condorstown today as Josh Brown absolutely crunches a goal. The whistle's going to blow. Berglund threw it in. Who wants to take Brown on? He just got grabbed from behind by Travis Howe, who came off the bench, I think. Brown and Howe are going to go into the Gulls defensive end, and here we go. Brown, top of the right circle against Howe. Tied up there. Brown, top of the right, throwing him. Howe will throw one back. Looking, Brown holding, Brown back, and Howe will take him down to the end.
Robertson, Clark Bishop, we are underway as the Firebirds and Wranglers battle for the 5th time this year, and we're going to have a fight. 6 seconds in, Alex Gallant and Ian McKinnon center stage. And what a way to get this one going. Gallant grabs McKinnon. McKinnon overhand right on Gallant. Couple of jabs in as well. Overhand rights by Gallant, and down goes McKinnon. And some electricity to start this one off. Leighton Rowe steps away from the check. Rowe got a hand up on Bishop. Penalty upcoming against the Firebirds, and now we're going to see a fight in the corner that slowly develops. It's going to be Leighton Rowe dropping the gloves with
on the scoreboard. Sasson, left side, a shot in front, and what a hit as Nielsen goes down, and that is going to steer some more. And oh my goodness, we have a big scrap in the left corner, and Sammy Walker's going to get into a jet woo as well. Hunter Drew has his helmet off, and he's going to throw some fights and fists. I believe in the scrum, that's Joe Arnson, and Drew and Arnson are going to go at it. Arnson trying to uppercut Drew, and they're just going to kind of hug it out at the end. As Nielsen took a big hit. Woo. Banking it off the boards. Hitting it over to Zuber. Zuber, right corner. Chased out by Sokolov. Zuber now getting into it. And is this going to be fight number 1 for Zuber? It is. Him and Waters going at it. Zuber, nice uppercut on Waters. Gloves go flying, and Zuber's going to bring him down. That is Zuber's first fight. Come out with it for the Canucks. He'll float it in. Maverick Lamoureux using his big size to glove it down, but He is going to be called for the hand pass. And Lamro and Klimovic exchanging some words as well, and a couple of punches. As once again, Zuber's getting involved, and gloves are down for one Abbotsford player, not another. And here we go. Here's Maverick Lamro in his first fight, but he's gonna fall down against Klimovic. And Klimovic took full advantage. Unfortunately, Lamro just lost his footing and fell down.
Ozzy Weisblatt. The puck sent into the Admirals' end, far corner. Ottenbright will play it behind the goal for Delgaizo. And now the gloves are going to drop between Andre, who took the hit, and Weisblatt in the Admirals' far circle. Weisblatt just shaking Andre around, trying to throw some rights. Andre's trying to keep him at his left arm's length. Andre tried to get one right in. Weisblatt, Andre's thrown a couple of jabs with that left hand on the collar. They wrap up. Weisblatt with a huge right, and another one knocks him to the ice.
Minutes of play. The Marlies on the power play. When that happened. And now here's Rafai. Boy, they dropped the gloves from a long way away. And now back and forth. Rafai taking a couple of shots here, is trying to get back into this one. And down they go. Boy, that struggled.
And up with it, Obey Cabell spins through the center ice, drops it off. And now along the far boards, he's wiped out by Johnstone. The puck pulled in on the left wing side. Now the gloves are dropped out of center ice. Slager goes after Johnstone over the top. As Johnstone, I think, has a little size. They go right to right. Now both helmets knocked off. And Slager trying to come over the top as Johnstone shows his size. And they will set Slager down.
Rebound knocked away. Another save by Larson. Geeky gets toppled in the middle of the ice. No call. Walford keeps in. Now the gloves drop. Dylan Dukes dropped him. With Owen Picker. Picker parted Scooter Brecky. Those two knocking around. And Brecky and Duke toppled on the ice. Well, you can feel that was ready to boil over. And those two get back up and still have. Disavow gets it into the offensive zone for the Penguins. Alvis in, now we got more gloves dropping. Carlisle against Mark Johnstone. Johnstone's a tough customer. Carlisle's ready for this one at center ice. They line up in the center dot. Not engaged yet. Waiting to go. A little head fake by Carlisle. Now they come together. A wild right by Carlisle. He gets a couple of rights on the back of Johnstone. Stays with it. Johnstone now. Carlisle's helmet comes off and Carlisle takes him down. A definitive victory for Declan Carlisle.
Contributes a little too. He scores some. Big collision at center. Good gracious. Rizzo knocked down by Tice Thompson. Garrett Wilson challenges Tice Thompson. He will drop the gloves with Garrett Wilson. Rizzo is hurt and shook up. Garrett Wilson will fight Tice Thompson to defend his teammate, and Garrett is throwing rights, and 2 more and 3 more, and Garrett is pummeling and punishing Tice Thompson. Tice swings wildly and misses. Garrett connects 3 more times on Tice Thompson.
Usop will tip it into the Admiral zone. Mateer will pick it up in the far circle. Skate behind the net. Iowa's player, Raska, crashed right into Turner to the Admiral's goalie. Ottenbright and Raska are going to drop the mitts. Raska crashed hard into the goalie. I think it was inadvertent, but here's Raska and Ottenbright. Raska's a tough guy. Ottenbright's a tough guy. They roll over one another, and that'll be that.
So Russo getting his first point of the night. Sokolov, a multiple-point game all in his first period. Here we go. Now we're going to get a fight. Who's involved in it? It's Anya Bucci. And he's going to throw down the Rockford player. And in there was Brandon Baddock. Ludwinski sails it back. Villalta backhands it to the left side. A roadrunner takes a hard hit. Can't identify who it is. It's Falamaki. We're going to get another fight. It's Maverick Lamro again. Can he make redemption from his fight last weekend? And he does with a couple of uppercuts. Maverick Lamro.
Brian Yoon caught there by Hellenius. Filters free one more time, and now Devontae Stevens, and now the gloves are going to drop. Wagner going at it with Malott. Wagner comes across with a right hand. Malott slips, lost his edge. Now the two trying to pop back up, and the linesman will get in between the two to break it up. And Wagner will make a third consecutive trip to the penalty box.
Back at their own blue line, take control, and now we're going to have a fight out to the neutral zone. Gaucher drops him here with Melanson just out of the box, and Gaucher coming over the top, catching Melanson on the back of the head, and they both tumble to the ice. Down the ice, this will go, and an icing call whistle, but a fight behind the play. Luno drops the gloves at Goyette. Goyette comes across to the right, a couple left rabbit punches as Luno got him tied up here. Now throws an uppercut, Luno just off the mark, and then a heavy right from Luno catches a bit of Goyette, but sends Luno off balance, and they tumble down to the ice.
So the rumble free. Colorado after it one more time. Loose puck. Devontae Stevens took a shot, and now Stevens takes a cross-check from Doty, and they're going to drop the gloves. Stevens smashes Doty up against the glass. Doty tries to come across the top with a right hand. And now Stevens answers with two good rights. A good right from Doty in response. Still spinning around in that right wing corner. Doty tries to land an uppercut. And now the linesman will step in and separate those two.
And speaking of Tkachuk, he has tied that game, his 22nd of the year. Hard hit, here we go. Jimmy Schultz is absolutely hammered. A Silver Knight, and now he's going to drop the gloves with Mason Morelli. Schultz first fight in a Barracuda sweater. Morelli jars the helmet free, and those two tumble down to the ice. Good clean hit from Jimmy Schultz. All the way back into the Barracuda zone. Hache fanned on the rim, and then he just got absolutely hammered by a Silver Knight, and Hache is going to handle his own business. He walks right over to the Silver Knight who got him, McKay, and McKay has his jersey pulled over. Hache's a big, big customer. And McKay getting the first couple of shots off, and now Uchaz and Vincent nose to nose. Sharks return back home on March the 8th. We've got another penalty coming against the Knights, their third of the game. Now we're going to get a scrap. Then Roboys is going to drop the gloves with Kai Uchaz. Uchaz with an uppercut. Then Roboys trying to get over the top, dropped down to a knee, lost his bucket, and then Uchaz is able to wrestle him down onto his back. Third fight of the hockey game.
Again, if the Bruins score, they will be throwing the Bears onto the ice. Hard hit behind the play. Here we go. Joey Abate with a hit behind the play. He's going to drop him with Casey Fitzgerald. We've got fireworks early. Abate with a tackle on Fitzgerald. Didn't really see any punches thrown there, Quinn. More of a rugby tackle than anything else. Second period, a quick shot and a glove save by Domingue again from Trevor Kuntar. And we get another meeting of the minds, and here we go again. This time someone's got to go off because this is ridiculous. After every whistle, Kuntar getting involved with Belzile, who has his helmet off. And here goes Belzile. He's throwing with Kuntar. Those two men do not like each other. They've gotten mixed up multiple times this year. Belzile absolutely feeds Kuntar.
You can feel that one coming from a mile away, Austin.
10 seconds left in the period. Rafferty is shot. Blocked in the corner. Shaw gets to it. He's just going to lift this out to center ice. The kids will count it down. And just as they do that, Shaw's going to drop the gloves and is teeing off on Doucette. Won't let him go down to the ice. Has him fully jerseyed now. As either he didn't have his fight strap done up or it just ripped right off.
Remise dans les patins de McKinnon qui est ensuite tassé par Jacky. Waterspoon va ensuite se contenter de dégager en zone 2. McKinnon qui évite Jacky. Achetez les gars, on va y aller. On jette les gars. Florian Jacky et Will McKinnon qui se font face au centre de la glace. On s'étudie avant de faire contact. Finalement, Jacky qui agrippe son adversaire. Veut libérer sa main droite. Il n'y a pas vraiment le coup échangé. L'épreuve de force présentement, Jacky qui a le bras droit complètement pris. Finalement, se libère un peu de l'étreinte. On s'échange quelques coups sans conséquence. L'épreuve de force, l'uppercut de Jacky. La gauche de McKinnon. Mais rien de significatif vraiment. Je ne crois même pas qu'il y a eu un coup qui a...
Borgo going to smash it in. Smith.
Yeah. Riley Smith finishes.
Here we go.
Check.
Saunier is going to fight at center. Brennan Saunier is going to drop the gloves with Jan Yannick. Yannick 6'1", 199. Saunier sizing him up 6'0", 170. The former Belleville Senator. Right at center ice. Remember, Saunier throws southpaw. Swinging away at the left. Caught Yannick with one. Saunier up over top with another. Both of them bopping each other here. Saunier going off with the left.
Oh, caught him right in the jaw with that last one.
What a punch from Saunier. And the takedown at center has Vincent Iorio fired up, jumping up and down. Anything else? Here's bring the puck to center. Here we go. Hodgson and Smith. Dalton Smith drops the gloves with Hayden Hodgson. And they grab each other, and Hodgson over the top of the left. He's lost his helmet. And Smith's coming back with a right. Got him off balance and takes him down. Hodgson back on his feet, swinging away with lefts. As the linesmen are trying to step in and separate him, Hodgson was still firing away.
Yeah.
Tonight, a little bit of a shuffle. Rain win the draw, and a save made by the blocker of Dance. And we got a fight. Here it goes, Jacob Doty and Travis Howe. Doty with a couple quick left jabs and hits him with a right. Howe trying to get his positioning and throws a right on Doty. Players trying to get the gloves and sticks and everything out of the way. Doty swung with a right. Howe got one, knocks the helmet off of Doty, who gets his balance. Now Doty swings the helmet off of Howe. These two trading blows. Howe got an elbow pad loose. And Doty hits him with a right. Now Howe waiting, trying to go over the top with a right. They're waving off the lines people, saying, we're not done. Get out of here, we're not done. Doty got an elbow pad loose, took a shot from Howe. Now Doty trying a couple body jabs. Still going. Wrangled over to the corner. Now behind the net, Doty with a shot, Howe with a shot, and they topple over. We've been waiting for this all season, finally got to see. The middle, and over to the near wall, back to Ciccone. We got Udon jostling in front with Canal as those two go back and forth, and then Ward comes over and starts wrestling in there. We got the gloves are off. Udon has dropped the gloves. No, Udon didn't drop the gloves. Brodzinski did. Udon's got the gloves on, trying to hang in there. Ward dropped the gloves with Canal. Oh, Udon took a couple punches. Taylor Ward with a big right swing, and he knocks Canal over. Oh, Taylor Ward just gave a shot to Roman Canal. And Charles Udon was in it as well.
So a power play goal. Now we're going to get a fight. It's Curtis Douglas going with Phil Kemp here. Their third fight over the last 3 seasons. Douglas an uppercut. Kemp comes over the top of the right. Douglas goes uppercut, trying to hold on. The linesman step in. Kemp threw one back as they fought, not necessarily right off the face.
Operating at the circle across the ice, and Felix is going to go, this time with Raska. They'll square up in the Rockford end. Felix trying to get his right free. Whacks at Raska a couple times on the helmet. Felix goes down to his knees, pops right back up. They're chucking him just outside the blue line. Felix loses the helmet, then finishes off Raska in tight.
Back near side, that time with Scott Morrow. Up the near wall, the Wolves. Trying to take it away as Reedy trying to control in the front area, put it back to Ufko. Now we will fight. Pavel, right hand after right hand after right hand. Now with the uppercut, getting tangled up with Scott Morrow. Morrow going down on top of him is Andre Pavel. The fight breaking out along the near side with 9:33 left here in the second period.
second effort, he whips it behind Hlavai, who's behind the goal to leave it for the defenseman. And then the goalie collides with, and out comes, after Weisblatt comes Jack Peart. As Weisblatt ran into the goalie behind the net, it was inadvertent. Peart throwing wild lefts, not landing. Weisblatt just clocked him one right square in the kisser.
Against Cilia. Anderson Dolan pulls it back, but Millie Muck will knock it back, and right off the draw, we're going to get gloves heading to the ice, and it's going to be Gallant and Bauer. Heavyweight tilt right at center ice. 2:10 into the contest. Both combatants looking to set the tone. They're sizing each other up. Gallant gives up some size, but that hasn't mattered for him in his career. And now both getting some early connections. The fists start to fly. Now they're just standing in and chucking. And Gallant teeing off. Bauer swinging. They're both just going nuts down there as the fists continue to fly. They'll both switch hands now. Right to left, and now back for Gallant. Bauer swings in. They'll tie up Bauer. One more over the top. Gallant comes over. Bauer loses his helmet. Gallant teeing off. Bauer using that size to his advantage. Gets a couple shots in. Gallant looking to hold him off. Uppercut from Bauer. They're still going. They've gone down into the Moose zone. Bauer gets his hand free for a couple shots. And now it will come to a close as Gallant and Bauer check in on each other after the tilts, and looks like both might be. From Tyson Empey is handled by Cooley. Puck skipped off the glass, and that'll bounce down the ice. And now the gloves are going to drop behind the play. Millimuck and Empey are going to go for a twirl. Once again, right at center ice. They'll lock horns. Millimuck gets inside a little bit, and then they'll both just tumble right down to the ice.
Et ensuite, Trudeau dans l'enclave, le tiré, retour en vie, Pilar est frustré par Levi. Début d'attroupement, et ça brasse devant le filet. Ça implique le capitaine Condota avec Jagger Joshua.
Et on a bien joué entre Harvey Pinard, Engstrom et justement Trudeau qui fait le tir devant Riley Fiddler.
Oh, et on va jeter les gars. William Trudeau accepte l'invitation de Ty Tullio et on va danser dans le territoire du Rocket. On fait contact. Et Trudeau perd son casque rapidement. Tullio également. Il a le main droite sortie. On va chuter au sol.
Furieux combat entre les deux hommes.
Ça a été furieux, mais pas...
Wide off the glass as Rubinski takes this one, and we'll have a fight. Here we go. It's Parrott and Cam Butler. This is a serious bout between two players who know what they're doing. At center, they latch together. Trying to get his right arm free. Butler with a couple of uppercuts, and he stings Parrott early. Now trying to come over the top. Butler with the reach advantage here. Parrott trying to keep him close. Oh, another uppercut. Tenderizes, and then Butler takes a couple lefts from Parrott. Comes back with some vicious rights. Trying to take the helmet off, and the linesman will step in. Both guys landed some shots. The air, back it bounces for Clayton. He's going to snag it behind the net. And we're going to have another fight. Here it is, Strome and McHugh out at center away from the play. Now, Strome's got the size advantage here, but we know McHugh's going to fight anybody. And they latch together along the glass. McHugh trying to get the right hand free. Strome brings him in close. Little uppercut from Strome. Couple of rapid punches up top. Nothing lands too heavily. Oh, and McHugh with a stinging right. Gets one on the chin of Strome. Strome trying to get the uppercut. Going again, over the top, lands one, both buckets tumbling, lefts for McHugh, and he's beating Strome, comes back over the top with a right. Oh, the fans love it, they're bloodthirsty, and down they tumble.
Well, a good finish by Max McHugh right there.
Place a bid on right now. Head to checkers.givesmart.com to place your bid on a game-worn sweater with that awesome Ghost Pepper logo. All black with the flames coming up from the bottom. Such a cool look. Of course, the Gastonia Ghost Peppers getting set and ready to go for their season coming up in just a little bit. Coming up at the end of the month, as a matter of fact. As we've got ourselves a scrum at center ice right now. There's a battle here. Throwing some hands is Merrick Alsher and Anthony Richard. They are locked up at the collar. Alsher with a couple of rights. Now Richard getting a couple lefts on the uppercut. Richard trying to get Ulster down. Ulster has a little bit of height on him as they work their way to the wall. Now Richard takes him down. So with 16:55 left to go here in the first. Louis Belpedio out from behind his own net. We've got ourselves a scrap at center ice. It's Sawyer Bolton and Riley Bezo. Two heavyweights meet right atop the Checkers logo at center. As they look for their in, Bezo goes for the wrap. Bezo's helmet kind of jarred. They're still in tight. Bolton getting off a couple of haymakers. More than a few. Now Bezo swinging that right hand. He takes this man down. Bolton back up to a knee. Bolton on his feet. These two going at it. Bolton is tied up. His jersey restricting his right arm. Bezo gets loose. Bezo throwing a couple of right hands. Going into that ear hole area on the helmet as Bolton still has his helmet on. These two throwing down as they work their way towards the blue line. Bezo with another right. An uppercut from Bolton. They're locked up and the linesmen are going to step in. I think they are spent. Talk about a great tilt here.
Up high, Millar, he catches it, sends it back around the boards, takes a hit as well. Fagimo, down low, left circle up high, but now we're gonna get a fight. It's Glenn Godden up against Ben McCartney. Godden gets a couple of the first shots in. McCartney throwing some stabs as well as he's gonna get his hand free. McCartney swinging that right fist on Godden and he's gonna muscle him down. Tucson on the board to get us started. Malott, left corner now. Along the boards, left circle. Stunica trying to clear it back, and here we go. We're going to get a fight. It's Malott, this time against Robbie Russo, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first fight of the season for the Roadrunners veteran defenseman up against Malott this time. Russo getting hugged to get it started, and Malott is just going to wedge him down, as that's a tough one for Robbie Russo.
Penguins are 3-2, 3-0 against Hershey this year, but let's see how this scrap shakes out. We got Smith and Renouf dropping the gloves at center ice. Two wily veterans. Renouf swings, misses. Smith tries to clock him. That doesn't connect either. Short rabbit punches by Smith, then some big right hands. Renouf hanging in there, trying to keep his balance. Renouf with a swing, doesn't connect. Now Smith feeds Renouf a few more. Linesmen step in.
On the near side, but kept in at the left point by Kierstad. In the slot, moving in and a shot. That missed the net wide. Are you kidding me? There's going to be a tripping penalty coming up to the Amerks. And boy, Rochester very upset. Now we'll get a little extra pushing and shoving.
There's going to be more penalties too. I think the official just pointed to a couple as we've got a bit of a dog pile going on right now.
I can't believe the way Rusek was hooked and spun around. With a hook, no call, go up ice, and now they're calling tripping against the Amerks. Well, Skoog coming in.
I'm telling you, Don, it looked like the official was taking more penalties as well. So maybe there's a chance a power play is not happening. Oh, wait a minute, Murray's gloves are down. I think the officials are going to let this go as a fight.
Yeah, Murray over the top with the right hand. As he's paired off with Hoboken, gets another right over the top, puts him down, and says, okay, that's enough, you've had it.
A minute left to go. Here's the call. Oh, there's a fight going on here. Hayes throwing right hand to Legare. Linesman coming to break it up.
When they scored 3 or less, 5-21, 3-2. So.
Well, now we've got the two number 11s just got gloves off pretty quick. And Jorian Donovan has become an experienced pugilist in the American Hockey League in his first season. As Kiefler got a couple and then Dono answered back.
Barron open as well. Barron, that shot just went off the skate of Sokolov, I believe. There we go. Is this going to be a fight? It is. It's Travis Barron. Barron is going to throw a couple of punches against a Barracuda player, and he's going all over the place with that left hook as he throws him down. That happened so quick.
To corral it, Luke Toporowski.
Wild, boring shots. We're going to get a fight with Lambos and Ben King.
Lambos and Ben King. WHL ties here. Could be some leftover animosity between these two. It happened fast. This building standing as Lambos swings King to the ice.
The second. Here's a quick shot by Panoir, and Stevenson remains sharp, and now we got some rough stuff, and gloves are down. Yannick Turcotte with Parrott, and Turcotte comes out firing some rights. Parrott answers with the left jab. Turcotte lands a left. The helmets are off, and the rough stuff continues as they pound away. Toe-to-toe we go. Parrott and Turcotte. It's all offense, no defense. And a takedown for Yannick Turcotte as the Allstate Arena audience has something to cheer for here in the second.
Absolutely.
Puck drop here in Springfield. We might have some fireworks right off the hop. Cale Kessie and Joey Abate both starting in this game, and they both have had words for one another. So much so that referee Jim Curtin was over to give them both a chat. But let's see what happens here in the opening seconds. They're going to go. You could see this coming from a mile away. And Kessie in his first fight as a T-Bird starts swinging. 2 seconds into the game with Abate. Kessie with a couple of rights over the top. Abate hanging in there, but Kessie chucking some uppercuts now, and he throws Abate down to the ice.
Around the boards to the near corner. Pressure put on. We're going to get a fight. It's Petrovic who answers the call. Petrovic's going to fight Doty right out of the penalty box. He was ready for it. So Alex Petrovic, probably the most experienced fighter on the Stars roster. Doty got a right in, knocking the helmet off of Petrovic. Now he got Doty's helmet off. Doty with an uppercut, and he knocks Petrovic down. So
take the puck away. Then Empey and Felix are going to drop him. This one's been brewing for years. Colin Felix and Tyson Empey at the Hogs center logo. The two righties sizing each other up. Felix engages, trying to get his right hand free. Empey lands a couple of rights, then Empey loses the helmet as Felix goes with the southpaw jams. Felix getting a right in there. Empey's got the jersey yanked over top of him. Felix goes uppercut, and then quick combination punches. They're chucking him here in Rockford early. Felix loses the helmet. Empey tries to go over top, swinging around right at the Rockford Center logo. Felix with an uppercut, and then the lines person gets in front.
Play two. Chase the we're dropping the gloves at center. Giovanni Smith will drop them with Kyle Marino. They square off in the center circle, and here we go. Giovanni Smith, he's a big tough guy in his first fight with the Phantoms. They paw away at each other. Smith kind of jabbing him with a left here as he holds his jersey. Marino throws a couple of rights. Smith ducks. Now he came back with a right. Marino with a right. They wrestle around as he got Marino's helmet off. Smith's helmet is still on. Away to the back of his head, and he takes him down.
But a fight eventually here. What's going on? Lind and Pavlichev. Lind started to engage.
Yeah.
And then didn't look as interested. Pavlichev is feeding Lind some uppercuts, and he gets the knockdown, and that will engage the audience here at the Allstate. And we're going to get a penalty back behind the play. Don't know what that's all about.
Maybe yapping. Loaf dope. Yeah, there's
a little slash on Slavin. And now Turcotte's going to go after Loaf. And the horn sounds, and Turcotte grabs a hold of Loaf, and he starts throwing some punches.
Well, the referee saw what was taking place a couple of different times, and you have to imagine that if you're protecting a teammate and the captain, that might happen.
Over to center ice, but it's turned right back in over the line. Skoog, and he's slammed. Bumped hard off the puck by Rathbone on a nice check. Has the gloves now. Hard drop. There's Rathbone with a right coming over the top as he is challenged.
That was former Amherst. That was Rasmus
Could that
Asplund.
be Asplund? Are you serious?
Yeah,
And here we go. We thought this might happen. Ian McKinnon dropping the gloves with Connor Millimuck as they exchange at the center of the ice. Millimuck getting that right hand in, a couple of jabs, and returns as the jersey comes off of McKinnon. A late second period tilt. Oh! They connect a couple of times. The officials come in, and the fans love it at the Saddle Dome.
Ivany going to try again. Left side of the Penguin zone. Just cut away from an oncoming Joey Abate. Abate with a couple extra shoves to St. Ivany. Gloves are dropping. Are they going to fight? Yes, they will. St. Ivany and Abate. Right now they've got a hold of one another. Abate tries to land the first punch, trying to come underneath. Now a couple of uppercuts landed on St. Ivany. St. Ivany looking for space, but he's going to be thrown down to the ice by Joey Abate.
Line there with Massimo Rizzo. And then back out to center, and Gleason got in a little trouble there and pulled it away from Nico Huttunen. There is some contact to Syracuse bench. Oh, we're dropping the gloves. Ben Gleason will get in a fight with Tristan Allard. And Ben Gleason in his first fight with the Phantoms is jabbing him with the left. Allard trying to hold him off. Gleason big right, threw off his helmet with that connection. Allard is ducking and trying to get back. He went down. Gleason wants to yank him back up. Oh, that was some pure emotion.
Gets it down into the corner and beyond. Subban comes out to play it. We're almost 5 minutes gone here in the second period. And now Reinhardt decides Johnson is a dance partner as they set up his center ice. Johnson gets one right over on him. And a couple more. And down he goes. Reinhardt is having a tough afternoon. 5 more minutes.
Wants it back across to the right red line for Crozier, who scoops it into the offensive zone, and Syracuse goes for a change, pushing and shoving near the benches. Crozier drops the gloves. Jagger Joshua does as well. Here we go at center. Officials standing by, but they're ready to go. Squaring off into the D zone now for the Amherst. Crozier with a couple of heavy rights. Oh, we got him right in the face. Now Jagger Joshua trying to wrestle the helmet off. Crozier gets it on the back of the helmet. Joshua still trying to rip that helmet off. Couple of uppercuts now by Jagger Joshua. Crozier regroups, trying to get that helmet adjusted so he can see again. Crozier with a right, now a left. Joshua's helmet pops off. Blood is flowing from one of these two. And Crozier flings his helmet away. Short-handed breakaway. Connor Sheary to the net. Shoots. Catching glove save. Made by Sandstrom. Then Sheary got decked from behind. Play continues. Crunch bench up in arms. And Jobst and Sheary going after each other now at center ice. Sheary is irate. And the gloves drop. Here we go. Sheary against Jobst. Sheary with a couple of uppercuts. They go after each other. Sheary with a heavy hit. They go down to the ice. While the crunch, their frustration level of the officials is rising.
Didier. Now boy, there's a minor penalty right there. Should have been called, and they're not going to call it. Allen kicked Didier's stick. Yeah, that's an automatic goal. Allen just cross-checked Didier. Look out, there we go. They're going to go. And Didier. No, he was not happy. He broke the stick. He's going to make Allen pay with a big one. Oh, separate rush. Uppercut. Right cross.
Seamus Casey, oh, he's hit hard. And now McLaughlin wants to go. He's going to go. McLaughlin tied up here with Kyle Costello of all people.
Face off, controlled by Colorado, and now Hillebrand going to drop the gloves with Curtis Douglas. Douglas comes across the back, misses with a right, catches the back of the helmets of Hillebrand. Hillebrand tries to counter with a right of his own, and knocked down is Hillebrand. So we pushed out through center ice, and now Bradley wanting to go at it, I believe, with Drew. Yeah, you betcha. They'll drop the gloves as Drew misses with a big right hand. Now Bradley trying to answer back. And Drew a couple of heavy rights. The linesman will come in. 2-on-2, racing in. Broken up. Good back check there by Callie Rose to make that Chad Hillebrand. As he'll get jostling back and forth with Travis Barron. Now they're going to drop the gloves and go. Fights in back-to-back games for Chad Hillebrand. Hillebrand is in a headlock right now. Trying to fight free from that. They'll spin around down to the ice, so not much of a fight there.
He shot it wide. Now it's Hayes, stood up and hit hard by Robrick, but coming across the blue line was Pickering to keep things on side. McCrory's not worried about the forecheck, he's worried about Robrick, and Robrick dropped the glove, started feeding McCrory, who lost his balance. Now Hayes standing up for Rutger McCrory. Dylan Robrick, he's 6'7", and Avery Hayes just knocked the helmet off his head. Hayes with another big right hand. Robrick's got the reach, but Hayes has the spunk. The linesman step in between and stop that scrap.
He was able to pick it up. He knew where it was going. And it's 1-0 Tucson as we near the halfway point of the second period. We got a fight. Jacob Doty going after Onyebuchi, who just scored. The two of them drop the gloves. Doty with a right-hand shot. Onyebuchi trying to hang in there. He faked, then tried to get Doty with a right. And now Doty just trying to hang on right now. Hits him with a right. Now he pops the helmet off. Onyebuchi staying in there. Two of them trying to fake each other out. Doty missed, then hit, and then went over top. Onyebuchi trying to get the left hand free. Doty with a big right. Doty another right over the top. Onyebuchi trying to hang in there. Oh, and Doty got him with another big right. Jacob Doty now starting to control, and the officials trying to get in the way as Doty continues to hammer some rights. Over near the wall on the near side, another right over the top by Doty. Then he swung and missed with an uppercut. Doty still trying to swing with that right hand, and he got one more in on Onyebuchi. And Onyebuchi stood up and took some big shots.
Plus une bien meilleure exécution également dans les trois zones de la part des Marlies.
Oh, il va jeter les gants. À la mise au jeu, Zach Solo et Jared Davidson s'affrontent au centre de la glace.
Tiens.
On s'étudie, Solo est un coriace, Davidson aussi. Et Solo perd son casque rapidement. Un combat très ouvert et Solo va chuter. Davidson est capable de se défendre amplement, comme il vient de le démontrer.
Finally tagged up by the crunch, and a power play coming for Utica. And now the gloves drop. They've got LeBurge and Roland Schmidt dropping the gloves. Schmidt's helmet pops off. LeBurge a couple of wild rights. Schmidt getting thrown around a bit. Now a wrestling takedown move by LeBurge. He hooked the leg. Boy, you don't see that very often.
Sing it in. McEachran will get to it first in the right corner. Working it around for Luff. Luff took a big hit into the boards and went down. Well, Matt Luff is down and not getting up. No call was made on the play, and Luff is in some trouble. And Hunter Skinner wants a piece of the man that hit him, Lambos, and he's going to get his wish. Hunter Skinner sizing up Lambos and firing with right hands over the top of Lambos' helmet. Hunter Skinner standing up for his teammate. Lambos got a wild right in, but Skinner gets the takedown as Luff gets attention along the near side.
Dumped in again by Belleville. Cleared around by the goaltender Peterson. Pilon behind the net. And this play will stop because Garrett Wilson and Jabril Toure have got the mitts off. And they're squaring up just outside the Lehigh Valley line. And Jabril immediately goes southpaw against the veteran Wilson. as these two continue to spin and throw in front of the Belleville bench. Wilson getting a few off. Toure answering back, and down they both go. Jabril had the reach advantage, and the Phantoms captain Garrett Wilson trying to get his guys pumped.
Get one from Petrov, and they get one from Noah Philp, and now Koenig, Liepert, and Gallant are going to go at it in the Condors' defensive zone. They had a war of a fight a couple of years ago. They're rock'em sock'em robots. Koenig, Liepert, Gallant, Koenig, Liepert answering back, an uppercut. Koenig, Liepert's helmet comes off. A left from Gallant, a right from Gallant. Gallant gets another one over the top, down to the ice they go. And this place is buzzing with 7 minutes gone by in the second.
On this Saturday afternoon, Nick Nolenberger happy to have you aboard as the Barracuda look for a weekend split. Now we're going to get a tilt. That's center ice. Sachet's going to drop the gloves with Jet Wu. This was a long time coming from last night. So Wu did not oblige yesterday. He was asked multiple times, and now he's going to go here with Braden Hachet. The two squaring up, and Wu holding on to his visor. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. He's holding on to the visor of Hachet. I guess it's whatever you can get a grip on, and now he tackles him to the ice. So we'll see if we're going to get another scrap between those two. That was something I've never seen before. He just took a
power play.
Near boards, Marino was shot, and tumbling into the net looked like Johansson, and now Akira Schmid getting in on the action, and everyone behind the net that is dislodged next to Schmid. Morelli in on that too. We saw just a group of bodies go towards the net. Johansson sent into the net. Schmid responded.
Navrin Butter was driving the net. He's the one, I think, who gave Johansson a shove, and Akira Schmid got up and went right after Navrin Butter, gave him a shot with the blocker. And now Andre Pavel, he's getting tangled up with Kai Uchas.
Pavel and Uchas go in the offensive zone for Milwaukee at the top of the left circle. Gloves are off, tangled up right now, no punches thrown. Uchas gets the right free. Couple of rights on him. Pavel still yet to do anything as they drag themselves in between the dots. Uchas with a couple of more rights, trying to drag down Pavel. Gets a right that connects. Pavel answers back with a couple of rights. Still going at it in between the dots. Uchas trying to work that right arm free. Down low to the ice. Jersey's being tugged and pulled. No punches still. Another right by Pavel. They're still going near the blue line now, and Pavel gets a couple of lefts. A few lefts now. The helmet comes off of Uchas, and the officials come in to break things up.
On Poland, and then a nice hit by Joe Hicketts, who knocked over Ivan, almost knocked his helmet off. Ivan went right back at Hicketts. We got a big pile up and some penalties, and Ivan gets knocked over. We got gloves off, a big scrum coming in the rain in, everyone grabbing a partner. This thing is finally boiled over after tension all through the first period with 4:01 remaining in the first. And we've got Caleb Lawrence dropping the gloves of Poland, and Lawrence has knocked Poland's helmet off, and Lawrence a few big shots with the right. Caleb Lawrence has pinned Poland up along the wall, and now the two just wrestling, and that's going to do it. Oh, everything boiled over.
He'll stuff it wide of the cage. Curtis Douglas on a bit of a heater of late. He's up to 8 goals on the season. 6 of them have come in the last 2 weeks, and then a huge hit up high on Hamlin. And away go the Condors here out to center. We're going to get a fight. Dropping the mitts at center ice is Ronnie Adard. He's going to go with Travis Barron, who just laid the hit on Hamlin. And we got a fight right off the hop. Adard over the top with a couple of rights. Barron, big right Adard. That one connected right on the chin. Barron stays upright. Adard an uppercut. Barron trying to hold on. Adard a couple of big bombs over the top from Ronnie Adard. Still going at center. A marathon tilt. Barron an uppercut. Adard holds on. Down to the ice they go, and Adard will get the takedown. Big. And to touch up is Deneen up the left wing side. Kappen had to go off his stick. Took a heavy check for his efforts. That one came from Douglas. The Condors carry the other way. It's going to be a penalty coming up. And then Koenig Liepert's going to drop him with Douglas. Douglas at right. Koenig Liepert holding on. Douglas the heavy height advantage here. Koenig Liepert stepping in. Douglas will throw him to the ice. That hit on Kappen was way away from where the puck was.
Shank behind the goal, unable to come up with a puck, and to center ice it goes. Perron held down as Parrott tried to hit him. Here we go, fight. Hallinan and Parrott at center after that collision. First fight of the game with 4:08 left. Andrew Parrott, he can throw him as Hallinan stands up for his teammate there. Hallinan has lost his helmet right on the logo at center. Short left from Parrott. Now he's firing away with some uppercuts. Hallinan will wrap Parrott up and throw him down to the ice. 4:08 left in the third period of play. And our first fight of the night comes in the closing minutes as Andrew Parrott and Brian Hallinan duke it out.
And Ryan Jones, who brought it in, and the Wolves turned it over back the other way, and a tripping penalty is going to go against Chicago. Stillman, and Aatavainen comes in. Stillman now he's willing. Aatavainen then pushed by Wagner. Aatavainen's dropped the mitts, and here's Stillman. And Aatavainen, a couple defensemen going at it. Aatavainen a big fin, and Stillman gets a couple shots in the takedown. As you look at the tail of the tape.
Now, Mellenson was a player that was going to get hit.
By Dino Kambites. Canik Leapert up the right wing. A heavy check coming across as Hamlin got clipped. Canik Leapert comes across with Waters. They're going to drop the mitts. Brochu made a save. Canik Leapert with fights in 3 straight games. He's going overhand and uppercut. He's got a left over the top. He's got an uppercut and a right on Waters. He's got him in a world of hurt here. Jersey over the top. Helmet off. And Canik Leapert with the decision. 17:06 to go in the third against his former club.
Change. Puck bouncing around a little bit. Dauphin coming up and nearly got his head taken off by Lewiski there. Just stepped out of the way, and now Lewiski's going to go for a twirl with Hayes. Lewiski gets advantage here. Hayes down on his knees. Lewiski teeing off and just feeding uppercuts before he's peeled away. Puck in neutral ice. That will be offside, but what a hit by Dylan Anhorn. As he absolutely blew up Philip Machar coming over the blue line. And now players having a chat. Now Anhorn's going to drop the gloves and teeing off. Anhorn gets one over the top and now brought down by Hoffenmeyer, and they'll go down to the ice.
.16 minutes left in the second. Russo will play it behind his net. Far corner. Russo run into by Emilio Peterson. Crotty's going to jump Peterson. A penalty's coming on Peterson here. Crotty comes over the top with a couple of rights. Hammers away at Peterson, but the initial penalty was going to be a goaltender interference on the Stars forward, I think.
He's a mass of a man. 6'6", 220. And when he comes over and says he wants to clear things, here we go.
Well, this is during the whistle. Sabrango and Schmidt, a couple of pretty tough customers, getting the mitts off here, and Schmidt has thrown the majority of the punches here. Sabrango trying to get an arm free. He'll just judo throw him down instead. Cleared to center. Bongiovanni tips it in the other way, and Hodgson has got gloves off on Pouliot, and now Dumont has gloves off. And all 10 players on the ice in a pile in the Syracuse zone.
Well, for Hayden Hodgson, he better hope this gets balanced out, or there might be a message sent to him.
I mean, I don't know. Derek Pouliot had absolutely zero intent to fight.
Coming about 3 minutes and 40 seconds or so apart. And now we're going to have a fight back behind the plate. It's Belpedio and Tyce Thompson. Belpedio with the right knocks the helmet of Thompson off, swings another right wildly. Thompson has Belpedio locked up against the glass. Thompson falls down to a knee. He's not done. The linesman trying to separate those two. Tyce Thompson still trying to come over the top with a couple of lefts. And the two linesmen having a terrible time separating Thompson and Belpedio. This has been brewing.
Shot on the move. Lieberman over the goal to Cal Peterson. Now J.R. Avon raises up ice. Oh, we're dropping the gloves behind the play. Sawyer Bolton is going to mix it up here. That's Adam Schenning who's going to mix it up here. Schenning goes with Andrew Parrott. And Parrott got a takedown after Schenning landed a couple of punches in there. Oh, he is fired up. Just a little bit. So Luke Philp, who chips it in. Oh, we're dropping the gloves again here at center ice. It's Sawyer Bolton and Dalton Smith, two tough customers. Bolton lands 3 rights in a row. Dalton Smith coming back at him. Bolton throws a right. Dalton Smith coming back. Bolton thrown as well. Another good fight with Sawyer Bolton. And they're both throwing big rights. They wrestle around and go down. And Sawyer Bolton is waving to his team.
As you mentioned, Hunter Johannes. Oh, now we're going to get a penalty here. Colin Felix, and here's Gettinger going after him. Felix came up high on Andre Becker, who was hunched over and heading off. Meanwhile, Gettinger's got Felix along the corner glass right now. Really, nobody's throwing a punch. Felix, pretty tough guy. He throws a right. Gettinger gets loose. He got a couple of right hands in there for Gettinger. Now Felix comes back with an uppercut. Clip Gettinger with that one. And now Felix has a little bit of an upper hand. And the linesman will jump in and pry them apart.
Rockford has been, and good things will happen.
Bantle charging the net. Camesso taken out by Bantle. The puck stayed out. Lipin, and that's Johannes down low. And then Pietroniro's chucking him behind the net. Bantle takes him down. Then Pietroniro throws one with Bantle on the ice. Mayhem below the Rockford goal line.
Roman Schmidt clears to Daniel Walcott, punched away from him, however. Paré gets it back in, now the gloves are going to drop. Schmidt versus Bannock, here we go. Roman Schmidt, Bannock with a heavy right, comes across the face of Schmidt. Schmidt, who got in a fight on Wednesday as well against Belleville, trying to get his arm loose. Bannock's got a little bit of a reach advantage, couple of body blows, hard hits there by Brandon Bannock, long time physical presence in the AHL. The rookie Schmidt, though, hanging in there. Trying to get loose again. Ooh, a couple of hard rights there by Bannock as the linesmen were jumping in. Good fight there between Bannock and Schmidt.
By Cooper Gay out to neutral ice. Again, Cooper Gay, a big player, 6'4", 215, and now the gloves drops. Devontae Stevens squaring off with Scott Sabrin right at center ice. Sabrin extends that right arm. Stevens bats it away. Stevens grabs hold with the left hand. Has that right hand caught back. Dodges a right from Sabrin, who lands another right. Now a right by Sabrin yet again. Now a couple of left hands by Sabrin, and down goes Stevens. And Sabrin, and a tough customer.
Into the corner, but Lavoie still on the puck. Now Jones takes it away, but Sapovalov is there to assist for the Silver Knights. And now gloves are dropped. Otavainen and Lavoie are going to go. Otavainen was riding Lavoie all around the zone, and Lavoie had had enough. And when the Silver Knights were still working the puck, these two drop the gloves, two big bodies, and they're still swinging as Otavainen has Lavoie in a headlock, and he'll pull him down to the ice. We saw some frustration earlier in the period.
Get that kind of opportunity. And Joe Beninati last night with that call, 10 out of 10. Couldn't be better, would be impossible. And the chance in front we have here to the fight now. Fight, Osipov's going. He's got a hold of someone here. Abani's a tough kid. Osipov's as tough as they come. Look out, right hands are coming. Osipov with lefts now rights. Right again, a right again. Takes one, keeps going. Oh, he's chopping him down. Oh my goodness. Another one. Abani comes back with a right. Now again, right hands. And the linesmen step into it. Oh wow.
Look looking on the other end. Duda will get to it. Far side, 3 seconds to go. Puck's just gonna sit behind the Condors' cage and try to tuck it in one last time as Brochu makes some more saves. And now Carrick and Russo will get into it. As Drew stabs some punches as well. No, here we go. Now we have gloves flying, but the referees are not gonna let them get into it. No, they will. It's gonna be Hunter Drew and Drake Kajula, and Drew absolutely mashes him down.
Calgary 2-0 lead. If you're just joining us, Ty Tullio and Calgary kid Carter Wilkie getting on the score sheet, but the gloves being dropped. It's going to be Parker Bell and Caleb Lawrence. He's a big boy, 6'6", 225 pounds. Parker Bell, for his part, 6'5", 210, as they start to grapple, and Bell trying to shake free that right hand. Dancing a little bit. Bell throws him to the glass. Now Bell onto the glass, and they'll start to connect at least a little bit. Oh, good uppercut there by Lawrence. Now Bell replies. And Bell with a left-handed smack to the side of the head. And that should do it. Stick taps from both benches.
Yeah, pretty good scrap. Parker.
Franco, the big forward, will try to drive back into the zone. He's dumped hard by Bauer. Arm stayed out for the officials, and now on the other side of the ice, Yannick Turcotte. And Tyson Empey are going to drop the gloves, and they're going to start teeing off immediately. Both getting a couple of shots, and will drift out to neutral ice. Empey trying a few lefts here, and now Turcotte a couple of big ones over top. Gets the helmet of Empey off. They're tangled up. Now they're starting to throw. Turcotte spins to the ice. No, both go down. Turcotte wasn't initially on the...
Shot blocked by Wu. And Wu is tied up at Kandata. And then Kandata thrown to the ice by Wu. We might have a scrap here as Kandata gets up without his helmet and goes after Wu. And those two are trying to get their arms free, but the officials are watching closely, and are they going to let them go? Yes, they will. Wu against Kandata. And now Wu hits the deck. Not many punches thrown, and now the referees get between them. So Wu, after the fact, took down Kandata. He didn't like it.
Villeneuve knocks him aside, and going to be a penalty upcoming against Van Roboys as a shot stopped by Askarov. Loose puck in the front of the net, and Hedman's pushed aside and gets cross-checked in the face. As things are going to heat up here, Villeneuve's not happy with Sabourin, and they're going to drop the gloves. Sabourin throws a couple of rights on Villeneuve. Sabourin still trying to get him loose on Villeneuve. Villeneuve still trying to get his hand free, and then Sabourin gets the best of the 18-year-old, but look at that, Nathan Villeneuve.
Whoa, that's too many for the Phantoms. I cannot believe, and now they're going to call it. Oh, it was a delayed reaction, and now Schmidt and Grabankin, and look out, their gloves dropping here, at least from Grabankin. He's thrown a couple of lefts across the side of the head. Schmidt hasn't dropped it yet. Now he's starting to get his hands and gloves free, and that's trouble for Grabankin. Oh, you bit off more than you could chew.
With 30 seconds to go on the man advantage, and now as Raska steps on the ice, Shaw is going to drop the gloves with him. Mason Shaw and Adam Raska will go for a twirl here as Shaw encourages Raska to answer for the hit, and Raska frees up his left hand. Shaw tangled up here, giving up some size to Raska, but staying in the fight now, trying to get a hand loose. Shaw does, it comes over the top with a couple of big haymakers. A spirited twirl for both skaters.
Thompson, now we're going to get a scrap. Gormley's going to drop the mitts with Riley Walsh. Gormley certainly with a size advantage. His first AHL fight, and he's throwing rights. Gormley over the top with a right, gets the elbow pad free, and then he wrestles Riley Walsh down to the ice.
Go down. Lecision lifts it up into the air. It drops down in the Bridgeport zone. Odelius grabs it. The puck doesn't have enough juice for icing. Islanders coaches aren't happy with it. 22 seconds to go. Odelius pass intercepted. They score. Jackson Dorrington with the shot. Chris Terry's got a hold of one Hartford player on the bench. Oh, and all chaos is going to break out. We've got a fight. And an old Donnybrook right in front of the Hartford bench. Chris Terry's got a hold of one of the Hartford players still on the bench. Everyone still on the ice has a hold of someone else. We've got Cam Thiesing in a wrestling match down on the ice with Dorrington. Bolduc has his helmet ripped off. Tice Thompson was in the middle of it. Thompson's being escorted to the bench. Now we're going to have another fight in the neutral zone. Here they go again. We've got Fitzgerald grabbing the backside of Thiesing. Bardro's got his helmet off. He's being escorted to the tunnel. Dorrington and Foodie mix it up. And Dorrington falls on top of Foodie. Bleed grabs Thompson, and there they go. Tice Thompson, who was supposed to go back to the tunnel, feeds Anton Bleed a good right. An undercut. The officials have completely lost hold of this game. Chris Terry has grabbed a hold of Alex Belzile. Tice Thompson was sent to the dressing room, but curled back and started feeding Anton Bleed rights.
Cam bites under pressure. Battling Siona as the Canucks change, and a big hit! Ty Glover lowers his shoulder on Bell, and we might have a scrap here, folks. Parker Bell is gonna go toe-to-toe with Glover, and Glover feeds him some rights, and down goes Bell! Oh, hopefully he's all right as Glover hit him right in the button, and the fans react.
Around for Anthony Angelo, and Shepard, fantastic work as the Bears clear to center. Vecchione got belted by Schmidt along the left wing, and here we go. Parrott's going to answer. Schmidt with a big hit. Parrott didn't like it. Schmidt is 6'5", 218. Parrott undersized compared to him. Not afraid of him. 5'10", and swinging away with the lefts. Right in front of the penalty boxes on the far side of the ice. Andrew Parrott standing up for Mike Vecchione. He's 216, and he can throw him. We've seen it this year. Parrott firing away with rights. Schmidt connects with one. They're exchanging blows. On the boards, right. They wrap up, and that'll do it. But Andrew Parrott doing his job.
Half wall Grube to the corner. Kappen tied up along the back wall. Got taken down to the ice. 2-on-2 along the end boards. It's 1 free up the left wing side. Keppen still taken down behind. Now he wants to go, and he's going to dance. Keppen in the corner's going to go. Keppen and Arntzen. Arntzen fought Hunter Drew earlier this year. Arntzen an uppercut down to the ice. Keppen trying to get back up, and the linesman will separate. Keppen took a couple of cross checks there and then answered the bell as Arntzen and he came together.
Puck, Noah Warren plays it to Mijak. He's into the offensive zone, and we got a fight. It's Travis Howe against Sean Element. Element trying to make up for that hit that Howe put on Angus Booth. And Travis Howe, a heavyweight, we'll see how Element deals with it. Howe with a couple rights off the start, got the helmet off. Element stays on his feet. Howe almost took himself out. Now Howe with an elbow pad out. And Element giving him some shots with the left and trying to protect himself. Element falls over. And Howe, little respect there, did not hit him when Element was down. He had his right fist free.
So, pretty good guess that might be the case again this year. Oh, we're dropping the gloves after the save was made. Jennings wants to go with Max McHugh. And they will get in a fight here and scrap. And Jennings is throwing 2 rights, 3 rights on Max McHugh. Jennings is polishing Max McHugh. McHugh trying to get his bearings straight, trying to hold off Adam Jennings. Now McHugh trying to throw right. I don't think that did much. A couple left jabs from Jennings while he's holding the jersey of Max McHugh. McHugh is 6'1". Jennings 6'4", has the size advantage as they go up against the glass, and the linesman will pull apart.
Of the second frame, now Burke's pass got knocked down. Phil plays it along the back wall. Puck up the left wing side. Now we're going to get a fight in front of the net. It's Canagaleeper going here. Canagaleeper dropping the mids with McLean. Canagaleeper, couple big bombs over the top. McLean comes back with an uppercut. A big overhand right from Canagaleeper. And down goes McLean. And here's the crowd.
Legault at the red line takes a good hit from Weisblatt.
Puck into the Admirals' far circle. Friedman. Legault and Weisblatt working one another over. They're going to drop him. Weisblatt and Legault at center ice. Ozzy's been game all night long, and Weisblatt, Legault has a definite height advantage. Legault's throwing rights that miss. Weisblatt lost his balance and falls backwards, and that'll be that. Weisblatt scored early, lost his balance. 2-on-1, Lucchini on the left. Lucchini left circle to the right, circle for Ralston, and there's a fight behind the play. Turcotte hammered an Admirals player, and now Turcotte is wrapped up with Ottenbright, and they roll atop one another inside the blue line on the near boards of the Wolves zone. Turcotte laid out an Admirals player. It was Denisenko back at the Admirals line. Ottenbright went after him, and they'll both head to the box.
Morrow, a big check, knocking down Ludwinski, and now Morrow, is he going to drop the miss?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, with Ratu, and Morrow gets the first shot in, knocking the helmet off of Ratu, and then they go to the ice. Don't know if they'll give fighting majors. That was more of a rough.
3:10 on the clock here in the second. Rimmed around for Lushmilis. Here we go. Warner's going to fight right at center. A big overhand right from Max Warner. And he gets caved in there by the Bridgeport player. That is Pitlick. Slap shot. That one saved by Lennox. Doesn't know where it is. And they'll finally blow the whistle dead with Fraser Minton bearing in on him. And here we go again with a mess of bodies coming together. Finally, well, they're not going to let what happened about 5 minutes ago happen again. Oh, we're still got some shoving. Letary in there, or Mizule. Ryan Pino with a shove for him. And here we go. Mizule is going to go, and with a couple of large rights, he's burying a man. My goodness. Travis Mitchell pops right back up to his feet. They're still throwing with the referees in the middle. Travis Mitchell is being shoved into the boards by the referee, as is Mizule.
Personalities, which is probably why you're able to have that kind of success as well. And the save by Delia, you got a whack from McKay, and then McKay took a punch from Adder, and they go tumbling down to the ice. That's been simmering all night long, and McKay with a whack at Delia. Adder didn't appreciate it. And one, and the season comes to an end. Bakersfield Condors 8-2 winners, and a little more after the fact as Riley McKay drops them with Alex Kanek-Liepert. After the buzzer, Demick was knocked down, and McKay and Kanek-Liepert went right at one another.
They've been chirping in the box.
McKay has the jersey over Kanek-Liepert's head. They're still swinging, and the line's been trying to get a hold of them.
Circle to T-Bird net as he eludes the checking of Addison. And then Addison threw him down from behind with a cross check into the side boards. That's going to bring about a crowd and a penalty. For the first time tonight, tempers flare. As Ben Steeves picks himself up slowly from the glass, and Heward and Bitton now finally are getting their chance to scrap. They're trading right hands right along the glass. Sam Bitton with a couple of good rights on Heward. Bitton has lost his helmet. A good scrap that was brewing between those two, dating back to the first period.
Back at the left point where he's kept in, long shot, had a pad save, Levi, puck out in front of the net, tried to flip it forward but blocked away. At the right point, Santini with a shot, hits a mass of bodies in front. Back at the right point, kept in again, scooped around behind the net. They got Brown has Komarov in a headlock. Now the helmets are pulled off. Also got Clegg is spun around, sent to the ice.
That's Finley and Komarov duking it out right now, and Komarov is getting the better end of this one.
And Finley is a big man. So Komarov coming over the top with another right hand.
Oh, man.
Oh, he nails him, and now Komarov, he got tagged, dropped to the ice.
Knocked down at center. Played to the near side to Allen. And a big hit from Marino.
Oh my goodness, knocking down Cini. Now we got to fight. Allen dropping gloves. Marino dropping gloves. They get locked up. Marino with a right hand. A right hand from Marino again. Again, a right hand from Marino. He is absolutely destroying Nolan Allen. Those two get locked up and now separated.
The back turns and shoots, and a save made by Shelovs. As McKinnon finishes a check on Jet Wu, slow to get back up. Wu made contact with the glass, and he's still laboring his way to the Abbotsford bench. And now we'll have a fight. Kara and McKinnon at center ice. Two big bodies dropping the mitts here in game two. McKinnon overhand right, wrestles down Kara. No punches thrown, but the linesmen come in and separate the two.
Alors, sans dire que je suis content qu'il quitte, mais il se priorise à moyen et à long terme et c'est très correct.
Oh, la bagarre éclate à la mise au jeu chez Jacky qui jette les gants face à la bête. Dès la mise au jeu, les deux croulent au sol rapidement. J'avais pas les yeux sur la mise au jeu au moment où on a jeté les gants, mais Jacky est allé défier le plus gros client de l'autre bord.
Oui, c'est bien protégé parce que...
That's for sure. 6-2 Hershey. Oh, here we go. Giovanni Smith is mixing it up with Andrew Parrott as they grab and do-si-do. And Giovanni Smith, with his helmet coming off, throws it right through the linesmen. And these linesmen are getting away of something that they should not be breaking up. And now they get, the Phantoms get Richard back. It's 5-on-4 with a minute 45 left. Minute 32 on the Luchenko penalty. Phantoms shoot it out of there. Here comes Richard, short-handed. They just called him for an offside. And there's Hunt, who got clipped a little bit by Gaucher. And behind the play, Belpedio is dropping the gloves with Spencer Smallman. Here we go, Belpedio in a fight. More wrestling around. Smallman was trying to defend himself. Belpedio gets on top of him. The official's trying to pry him away.
Chipped it to himself, tried to go out front, skipped back into the crease, and Huru's flattened by Didier as Kosa covers up. Now another star gets wrestled to the ice. Boy, they're letting the Griffins get away with quite a bit tonight after these whistles. Here's another. Cameron Hughes is going to get jammed up against the end wall by Danielson, who's trying to rip Hughes' helmet off. So first it was Huru flattened by Didier, then Lynn taken down, and we have a star who's injured as well. So let's maybe get this under wraps. Lind is hurt. Hughes is fighting Danielson here in the corner. Hughes gets a big right in over the top, and the linesmen come in to break this up. And tries to avoid Ritzkovian. Chips it up the wall. Blumel intercepts, took a hard hit from Mancini. And Texas was offside at the line. 37.7 seconds showing. Some more action after the whistle. Petrovic has grabbed a hold of Klimovic and ripped him down. Klimovic had Capobianco, and Petrovic didn't like that much. Mueller comes in, and Mancini wants a piece of Petrovic. I don't think he does. Petrovic drops the gloves, and here he goes. Petrovic and Mancini. Or is it Mueller? I think it's Ty Mueller. Petrovic, about as fired up as you've seen him in the 3 games since coming down from Dallas. Both players dropped their gloves.
A neutral zone 6-on-5 play. You don't see this too often, so a little ad-libbing here, and again, just try to get the puck back, get one to the net, get some bodies if you can. You have 6 seconds is a little bit of time, but not a lot.
Off the draw, they win it clean. Over to Puljujarvi, he's into the zone as Rister sails high and wide. And for the first time in franchise history, the Abbotsford Canucks have won the Calder Cup.